Oh, everybody. Hey, hey, everybody. Stop what the fuck you're doing. Because Zoot is here. Zoot, how are you, Pimp? I'm well, thankfully. Did you call Riser? Because I'm going to ask you nicely because Riser. Dude, I have this issue that when I want somebody or want something, I have to get it immediately or I don't give a shit about it. And so I call. I call 50 times until somebody picks up. And then they get mad. So I request it. What'd you say? Dog, you can't. Nobody can hear you. Are you covering your mic? Oh, yeah, now I see. Oh, I'd be really sad. Why would you say such a thing? You, you keep covering your microphone. Do you know where your microphone is on your phone? Okay, yeah. Okay, now it sounds clear. What did you say? You're ringing him now? Okay, I'll wait. That's great. Did you what? Dock his number on stream? Yeah. Did you know that I was on a podcast yesterday? Okay, here's my question to you. Did he pick up? He did not answer your call. Did you perform last night? Why not? Why? Oh, it's every 2 weeks, right? Because it's every 2 weeks? You can't do this. If I ask you a question, you need to answer within two seconds. Did you hear my question? You can't do this, man. You gotta be able to communicate better. Yeah. You want an invite? No fucking way. No fucking way. Folks, stop what you're doing. My tail is wagging. It's the one, the only Riser. Riser, how you living, pimp? Did those people answer? Did those people answer your email? Yes or no? I'll wait. Okay, well they're probably not.
legally obligated to forward your email if you send it to that email to your person. So all you have to do is just hit that email and then you send the email. You don't have to pay for it for $20 or $30.
Didn't we review that yesterday? I said, go to who it is, it'll say who the email is. You can contact them there. And then that one just seemed to be from Nature. We weren't exactly sure though. Am I incorrect on that? Didn't we go through that yesterday?
No, maybe you knew that, but on my screen there's a thing, and like you have like on the name sheet interface, they want to funnel you into using their partner domain, whatever thing is called, and they want you to give them $20 for the email for the website.
Okay, so who did you contact?
People.
Okay, the individual.
Yeah, whoever owns the domain.
Okay, what person is this? Are you ready to move?
Taking my dog inside for a walk so we can keep chatting.
Okay. You know that I was on a podcast yesterday? Yes or no? I'll wait. Sugar? Oh, that sounds like I do. So get your popcorn ready because here it goes. So with any of these podcasts, I never know if they're actually going to take place at the time I want them to take place. So I sent an email beforehand. I was tired, and I'm like, "Are we still on?" And he's like, "Yep, I'll see you in an hour and a half or whatever." So I'm like, "Cool." Join the podcast. Meet the guy. He's really nice. All these people who I meet are like generally just really, really nice, personal people, which you would expect because they have podcasts and it shows that they're uploading videos. So I don't know for exactly how long we're going, but I'm like, all right, do you mind if I talk about my project and then about youth tourism and then megaprojects? I didn't go into aliens. And he's like, yeah, that's great. So he's like, I got some questions and stuff too. So would you mind answering those when you do this? I'm like, no, not at all. So I go through my project. In my initial opening where I'm like, actually no, I spent 4 hours there some days. I didn't get it perfectly, but it was still good. It was still, I got everything covered. And then he was like impressed that I can do it for as long as I have and what I do, why I do it. And he had some good questions I'm not normally asked, like, do I find this to be a religious calling for me? Not necessarily. It's not like I saw the light and like now um, there's not like a I don't preach that I don't preach to people like you have to do religion. Do what you want to do.
What was that one word you said people would use to describe God? They could describe God in one word.
Energy.
And what do you think people would choose to describe God if they only have one word? That's a good one.
That's what
like holy would be one. Maybe two.
That's here. That's like funny. Uh, uh, Spider Sense Club. Did you know that? It's crazy.
Yeah. Or just religion.
Okay, so
with today's technology,
Okay, that's great. I was in the middle of a fucking story. So, I was talking to this guy. He was asking me good questions. All the questions that people ask me are generally good. I haven't been. There's never been a question where I was like, I thought was like bad or something. They're just people who are inquiring. And but throughout this whole podcast, I don't know why there was this really loud noise in the background. Not in my background, but in his background. So I found it kind of difficult to concentrate because there's just like this. It's like it sounded like an engine or something. And I know he said he's like I think he's an American guy. Or he lived in Europe, and then I think he like lives with his family in Mexico now. And so I don't know if somebody was like had some kind of engine nearby or something, but it was really loud in the background. So I was kind of having trouble concentrating just because there's like this really loud roar going in the background, and his internet wasn't all that strong. Um, so it's not like he cut out or anything, but it was just like maybe there's a little bit more of a delay than usual. But anyway, I went into mega projects and we talked about building a canal in Mexico across the isthmus basically, and Honduras and Nicaragua as well, and just making another Suez Canal. The proposed Ben Gurion canal system in Israel, connecting the Mediterranean through to the Red Sea through Gaza, has been always on the forefront of the entire what's going on in Gaza. The but this would basically give Israel a way to uh, transport goods and ships and stuff through from the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, and also be able to have different um, allow other people to transport that wouldn't be controlled by the Egyptian government. And so we talked about just briefly on that and connecting uh, a bridge and tunnel system from South Asia to Australia and connecting Taiwan to mainland China and perhaps Japan to Asia and that kind of stuff. We talked about futurism, Santa Claus machine, teleportation, transhumanism, and then I could tell that, like, at first he was really, really engaged and stuff, and then he just let me go, and I could tell, like, toward the end, I knew, like, he wanted to do it maybe for an hour, and so we were coming up on an hour, and he had asked me a question about Obama, um, and so I was able to answer that in like a closing summary, and then we ended the podcast, and then whenever they end the podcast, there's like this period of time where there was one kind of frustrating thing that I had. He's like, "Well, thank you so much for doing the podcast or whatever. It was really good. It's really cool. You're really well spoken." And like, even when I first started talking, he was like, "You're using vocabulary that I don't hear people use." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." He's like, you've done this before, you can tell. And he's like, I don't necessarily agree with absolutely everything that you said, but there's nothing that like really stands out that I really like wholeheartedly disagree with, something like that. And I was like, oh, can you tell me what you disagree with, because that'll help me to like know like where I have a weak point or something like that. And he's like, no, not right now. He's like, I've been working all day and stuff. So he couldn't really tell me what it was. And I'm sure we agree on 99% of things, or 95%. If I can agree with 95% of things with individuals in the world, I'm much more a unifier than most people. And then from there, whenever we do a podcast on this one platform, it at least because I'm uploading so much data, it takes me a long time to upload it. It takes like an hour or two. So it took me an hour or two, and then afterward, I hadn't slept all day, so I went to bed, and then I woke a little later to play with Miss Aquarius. I saw that Brandon had dropped all his counts out of here. He's not gone. I just don't know what happened to him. So I hope he can catch me today. And then I awoke about an hour ago and just restarted my stream, and then Luke came in, and then I was barking at Luke because he wouldn't answer the questions that I was asking him. And then Riser came, and then I asked Luke to call Riser, and Luke said, "Why don't you call Riser?" And I said, "Because I have this horrible habit that if I want something, I want it right now, and I would call you, and I would call you, and I'd call you, and I'd call you, and I'd call you." Now, in my real life, do I do that? No, just with you. If I have a friend that calls once, they don't answer, I'll send them a text or something like that, or I'll text them. But with you guys, I'll call you and call you and call you and call you and call you because I know that you guys are bound to lose at any of the games in which we choose. So with that being said, right, are you back in your abode so that we can play, or are you still jerking yourself off raw? Okay, are you ready for your invite? Hey, what up, Zoo? No. Well, let's talk about it. We're talking with just like a shovel. No. If you're digging, I'll tell you why. If you're digging with traditional means like a shovel, if you go like more than it's like, have you ever been at the beach and dug a hole and it just collapses on itself? Okay, that's essentially what's going to happen to your um, that's essentially what's going to happen to your uh, plan of everybody digging a hole. Now, if you were like, okay, well, what if everybody bored a tunnel that was from a nuclear standpoint, or I shouldn't say nuclear standpoint, from a standpoint where we use nuclear boring devices, every single person, 8 billion people on Earth, you're wondering, no, generally I believe the gravity of Earth would still keep it in one piece. The gravity of Earth is extremely dense and strong, I should say, and especially the deeper into the core that you go, the denser it gets. And then you're going to get to a point where your nuclear boring machine is going to melt because of the heat of the interior of the Earth. So then if you're like, yeah, exactly. Then if yeah, so usually what happens in that case is an asteroid comes to Earth and sometimes doesn't even hit the Earth. It just breaks up in the atmosphere, but it becomes like a shotgun effect where it superheats the atmosphere, and then the asteroid can break up into multiple um, pieces and then destroy the Earth. Now it depends how big it is. Like the Yucatan Peninsula, um, the one that took out the dinosaurs. Hey, how about you cut me off? The Yucatan Peninsula one that took out the dinosaurs was about the size of the island of Manhattan. So it would have to be bigger than that. But that one had massive effects on Earth for 1,000 I don't I don't think so. Generally what happens is it breaks up and that's how we get the asteroids up. there are theories that the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter was a once planet that was hit by something and broke up. The asteroid belt? Do you know what the asteroid belt is? Okay, that's fine. So between Mars and Jupiter. No. There was once potentially a planet between Mars and Jupiter that somehow broke up, and scientists uh, speculate that it got hit by a large meteor and or asteroid and broke up, and then now is just a huge pool or sea of asteroids. Now, good morning, Mr. Grace. How you doing? Just, uh, generally no, but we'll talk about that in a second. Good morning, Mr. Grace. How are you? We're lovely. We're just chilling. Are you ready to take on the day? Alright, hit it hard. We will see you tonight, God willing, and we'll play, okay? Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. In answer to your questions, we generally know they're most water is essential for life. We know, at least on Earth, and there's not a substantial enough amount of water on an asteroid as currently known that could sustain life. There's a much better chance that there's life on other moons of other planets, but the asteroid belt is not one where we would think life is. What the asteroid belt does have is an immense opportunity for asteroid mining. So in the future, when we're able to have autonomous craft in space, there would be basically a mining craft that can get to the asteroid belt that will be able to get precious resources from the asteroid belt and then bring them to Earth or Mars if it's been terraformed. Does that answer your question, Duke? Okay, my question to you, Duke, and this is a really important question. I want you to first off, that was a really great question, but here's my question. Are you ready to lose? Guys, are you ready to lose? You mean you have to you have to escape Earth's gravitational pull. Generally, yeah. Do you remember when I sent you an invitation and I sent Rice an invitation, and you both just sat there like I didn't and were jerking yourselves off? Dude, what did you do with Riser? Guys, are you there? Dude, what did you do with Riser? Oh, he's there. Riser, where are you? He said he was back in the house. Riser. That sounds like a you problem. What? That is a cool story, and no one cares about it. What's up, Zeus? The answer to that is if it's safe, yes. Next question.
Remedy to fix bone density issues when people go to space?
1000%. We could probably do that with with some type of vitamin supplement at this point.
I don't think it happens from the lack of vitamins. Almost like the density.
Or minerals. Okay, so you could have like calcium supplements.
How do you know that calcium supplements are causing bone density? I don't think gravity is causing.
It is, but there are probably supplements that you can take that would increase your bone density. Calcium would be one of them.
I gotta ask you that. I don't know. I feel like that wouldn't
Okay. You ask the eye, and then it will say that I am perhaps not correct. And then I'll ask the eye, and it will say that I am.
Taking calcium supplements alone does not solve this issue. Bone density loss.
I didn't say alone. I didn't say alone.
Induced bone loss is not caused by a lack of dietary calcium, but rather by a lack of gravity that causes the body to pull minerals out of the bones or excrete them into the bloodstream. To actually prevent or reduce bone density loss from microcalcium, space agencies like NASA and Canadian Space Agency wants to constantly throw weight bearing exercise and strap himself to a plasma with the advanced resistance exercise device that stimulates lifting weights on Earth to create the mechanical stress bone being is very strong. Medications, anti-resorptive medications like eye, slow bone breakdown,
That's right.
dietary management.
What about vitamin D? What about vitamin D and calcium?
So that is part of it.
Exactly. Again, I said supplements, not necessarily just calcium.
So why do those people like for 6 months? I guess they may have ran out of supply of supplements.
That very well could be. How was your day yesterday?
Pretty good.
Was
You
it?
know why the .io called verified ending of a URL? Do you know why people think of those things? Even though probably not.
Because of .ai?
Why do you think .io would think of what .io does?
I owe you? Like I owe money?
Yeah, I mean, like, a website has like,
I know exactly what you're saying.
magicmind.io. So, why do you think the .io ending could exist?
I said because it's like you owe someone something. It's like a negative.
It's not an IO. Yeah, this is IO.
I know it's like saying I owe. Like I owe something. I know it doesn't say I owe you. It says I owe, but it means like I owe. Okay, does it have to do with the fact that I can look like a 1 and O can look like a 0?
you think those should
Um, because it's just it could be confusing from like a if you ask 100 people what is carrot.io, some people might say carrot.time.
that is a very good point.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, that's because I'm a fucking baller.
But no, that's not the reason.
Are you absolutely?
You're decent hip hop. Would you like another hint?
Oh, you're gonna give me a hint.
Yes.
Yeah, tell me what you want to tell me, baby.
It's the .io. I mean, I searched it up before, and well, maybe you know what the .ai stands for too, but .io when I searched it up stands for input and output programming jargon, but what it really stands for is the Indian Ocean, and what .ai stands for some stupid little country outside of Chile or something. So yeah, that's your hint. Like .ai ending is actually a country name. Same with .io.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So they're based on countries, and the countries do not. They're not like major countries.
Yeah, they're just tiny little countries.
Okay. So they think that they think that the Indian Ocean's going on a business.
Almost, we're getting there. What is happening to the Indian Ocean?
Getting polluted?
No.
Oh, you mean the?
What does the British government decide to do with their own whatever Indian Ocean?
What do they wish to do?
Yeah, well, what are they doing with the Indian Ocean? What is the UK government doing with the Indian Ocean?
What is the UK government doing with the Indian Ocean?
They're merging it into Northeast, some other like tiny islands down there. They're just trying to just merge with Mauritius or whatever it's called. MAUR something.
Oh, they're. So they're. That naming convention is going away.
Yeah, so just to have that ending, typically ICANN people need to be like on the list of like the whatever amount of countries, like you have to be in a country to have that ending, your own little special ending, but that's it. Basically decountryizing the Indian Ocean. People are saying that it could be removed from that list. However, there is, I think, a much larger probability that it'll stay alive because there's examples of the past, like the .su, which is Soviet Union, is still active because there's just a large amount of websites and it's like it'd be annoying to force all those people to migrate away since they're already using that ending. So that one's still good. And then also that little .io is like a revenue stream for that country. So the Indian Ocean is, for whatever reason, gets brought off the side of these like random improvements and so that the ownership of that would just probably transfer to the other islands, and so it's kind of incentive for the other islands not to want it shut down, and then there's the possibility that third party could come in and somehow take it over. But I think if you want to register your own little ending for the URLs, you can, but you have to pay like hundreds of thousands of dollars
And it needs to be approved.
like the dot carat or whatever. So
And it needs to be
yeah,
approved.
yeah, it does.
That's interesting. I'm trying to think of the name of that fucking site. I know what you're talking about. It's like molecule. Oh, it's a fucking tropical island. People go in. Okay, be right back. I'll be back in 20 seconds. You can count it. So, you remember when I said I'd be back in 20 seconds?
There's only one 5-star review on the Indian Ocean Google Maps.
What is it?
If you just go on Indian Ocean and Google Maps, there's just one 5-star review.
Did somebody say it's a good ocean?
This place, beautiful nature, beautiful underwater. It's called Mauritius.
Mauritius? It's like off the coast of Africa, but it's like South America.
Yeah, so it's actually, it's not super close to the Indian island or Indian Ocean.
India.
It's called Indian Ocean, and it's a country owned by the UK.
It's not a country. I think that talks about Indian island, Indian Ocean island territory. They're like overseas territory. Okay.
Yeah.
And so instead of the shortest way, it's that's really interesting though. I can see that
The British Indian Ocean territory.
Exactly. Isn't it fascinating that like the ocean is so deep, but then there's just like these little juts out into the surface that are islands, and that every continent is itself an island if you, depending on how you define an island.
I mean, can you define an island like the ocean could be?
Just if you define an island as a body of land that's surrounded by on all sides by water, then the Asian, European, African continent is an island.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I agree. And it's just a large island, but is literally surrounded by water. But I guess it's not. three giant stars.
right? Like people define Australia as a moon, and some people call it an island, some people call it a continent. And if you call it an island, then it's the largest island in the world. But then why aren't you considering North and South America to be an island? And why aren't you considering um, Europe, Asia, Africa to be an island? So they're not considered an island. Then there's the argument that Antarctica would be an island. So if you don't include those, the largest island on Earth is believed to be Greenland. And then from there,
I mean, can you consider the water to be the island surrounded by land?
that's not how islands define it.
If you put water and land around.
Yeah, then you would just call it like a large lake, right?
Yeah, how do you draw the line between lake and ocean? I think there is. I mean, not all lakes are freshwater, lakes are
No.
it's just probably like the mass and like the currents of it, I guess.
There are all kinds of naming conventions within geography, and the geography stuff that they go through this all the time. They'll be like, is this a sea? Is it a bay? Exactly where does the sea start? Where does the bay start? Where does the Gulf start? What's the difference between a bay and a Gulf? What's the difference between a sea and an ocean? What's it, like even in my lifetime, there's been a quote unquote ocean discovered. The Southern Ocean was not. When I was a kid, there were four oceans. There was the Arctic Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, and the Indian Ocean. That's it. But then in like 2004, the advent of the South Ocean was developed because it had its own, however they define it. So now there are five oceans. There's the North, there's the Arctic, the Antarctic, the Arctic, the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian, and the South Ocean. So these are just naming conventions that people choose. And I'm okay with that. Whatever. I think
The thing I find interesting is like the borders of the oceans themselves and how they've changed over time. Like the maps of like the ocean borders. It seems almost just arbitrary of like how do you decide the start and end of an ocean, but it's evolved over time for various reasons.
at one time I believe with Pangea, there was just one ocean. There was like one big island, Pangea, and then one big ocean. But I'm sure you could make sub-oceans or whatever. With these naming conventions,
How old were you when you discovered that like the right side of South America it's like perfectly on like the left side of Africa, like the puzzle piece?
yeah, I think it was 7
That's such a mind blowing thing.
I just think I think I was like 6 or 7. And the reason why is when I was a kid, they knew the internet. And so my parents just gave me an atlas, and I loved this atlas right here. I put this atlas everywhere. I would take it to my grandmother. I would want to take it this way. I would take it everywhere. I would take it in the car. Basically, when we were going somewhere, I could take this atlas, and it was something to do. So I would. This atlas, it was like a very big atlas. It was really big. It was gold. It had like gold print. It was really nice. And this atlas changed my life. It just gave me a much larger idea of how the world works and stuff. And the atlas was from 1992, and so much of my geographic knowledge comes from that. In terms of like what countries are called and such. But as I recall, realized like this was like a puzzle piece. Now, did I understand that like the plate tectonics in it and such? I kind of did because there was like an illustration that showed what Pangea looked like, and then everything breaking apart from Pangea. So I understood. It was clear to me. The other thing that I understood was evolution. There was this really beautiful page, really beautiful, that had like at the very top, it had Homo sapiens, and it had elephants, and it had apes, and it had dogs, everything at the top. And then from there, it just would branch to common ancestors that we all had. And at the very bottom, it was like single cell bacteria. And so you could see evolution on this one page of like how everything came about. And so when I ever hear people who are like, evolution means that we evolved from apes, that's not correct. Or evolution is we evolved from monkeys, that's also not correct. What is correct is to say that we share a common ancestor of those beings. But we share a common ancestor with dogs and with cats and with the wildebeest and every other animal that's on Earth. Because it was like an early, where a lot of people.
I mean, there's different like classifications. I guess yes. Like categories. There's like animals, plants, fungi. I guess water spices.
No, no. Some people consider jellyfish to be a little different, but the big ones are. That's something that's changed too. That's just like, I think maybe it's expanded. When I was a kid, it was animal, there's kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. That's the order of taxonomy or the arrangement of how animals named and categorized.
Yeah.
What are the
like some guy who
what are the different kingdoms in the biological world? I've seen this expanded so to other species, other alien species.
some guy you know how like everything on like when you search up when you like go into like the taxonomy rabbit hole of like species, they have like super crazy long ridiculous names. Some guy I remember came up with the name for some like weird like exotic organism or whatever, and he got like $1,000 for a name. Yeah, you can just get paid $1,000 for coming up with one of those ludicrous names.
So there are 5 kingdom systems. There's Monera, unicellular, prokaryote, bacterium, archaea, protista, unicellular, or simple multicellular, cellular, eukaryote, eukaryote, amoeba, algae, fungi, fungi, and but yeah, then there are people who consider it to be sticks, which is commonly called in the United States and Canada, that splits prokaryotic Monera into 2 distinct kingdoms based on molecular differences. Archaebacteria are archaea. Prokaryote often found in extreme environments. Eubacteria, bacteria, true bacteria found in diverse environments. And then protista, fungi, plant, and moss remain the same in the 5 kingdoms.
Even virus double bacteria.
Virus is not.
Yeah, that's not thousand viruses. Separate from life. there was a YouTube video of some guy explaining evolution, and it was crazy. Just the I don't know, it was like almost overwhelming evidence to support evolution. One of them was like if you look at like fetuses, the fetus like a very small fetus in a human or an elephant and a donkey, they all start out looking like super similar, and then they like branch out into like their individuality, but fundamentally like the building block, like initial building blocks are like so similar for all forms of life, and like there's like a bunch of patterns on just how similar those building blocks are for these different species. Pretty fascinating.
It is. And you're right, they all do look very similar. As in the early stages, in the things that one would be able to like learn computers and nuclear physics and things, and then another is just using the food, or like the they would have the ability to manipulate its surroundings as much. It's pretty fascinating. I find it fascinating as well that the entire like argument about where life begins. I'm going to tell you this theory that I have, and you're not going to agree with it because it's kind of, it doesn't make all that much sense, but it kind of makes sense to me. Kind of, but not really. Okay.
It's not a CT, it's just a T.
Oh, it's all that stuff. I don't know if it's not like if somebody considers a topic CT, it's to me just a T. CT is a
Extremely level 20 of you.
thank you. It is
Extremely nuclear and extremely level 20.
yeah. I mean CT is just a phrase that's been used so that people don't talk about important subjects. And so it's a way to discredit it.
Common in the past.
Exactly. And I talked about that in my podcast. We were talking about divisiveness and how I said the world can go one of two ways. You can either keep breaking people up and making things more divisive, like, okay, let's say we had 100 people, and you and I just don't want this 100 people. And you and I don't want these 100 people to get along. So what do? We say it's a right versus left problem. So they break up into two people, right and left, 50. And then from there we may say it's an age problem. So we break people up into the silent generation, the greatest generation, the baby boomers, the uh, generation X, the millennials, generation Z, and then generation Alpha and Beta. So that they're never like together. They can never unify against them. And then we start to break them up in different sports teams. And we'd say that these 10 people like the Calgary Flames, these 10 people like the Toronto Maple Leafs, and these 10 people like the Vancouver Canucks, and these 10 people like the Edmonton Oilers, and these 10 people like the Winnipeg Jets. And so that there's never any kind of cohesiveness. And whenever they start to get cohesive, then we bring up a new topic, like, well, people who are on this shade of the color wheel, maybe black and white, black and yellow and brown, are against these people who are like pink and white. And then eventually, once they start to all look at each other, then they say people who are taller than 5'8" versus people who are shorter than 5'8". And then once they start to unify there, we say, okay, well then it's going to be people who have brown hair and black hair versus people with red hair and blonde hair. And then we get into it's people with blue eyes and people with brown eyes. Dude, have you ever seen? I'm pretty sure you haven't. But it's called Brown Eyes, Blue Eyes, Brown Eyes. It's this fascinating psychological experiment that this teacher did in like the 1960s, and she came into class one day. She had a class of children, and she came into class one day and she said, "Everyone who has blue eyes is dumber than everyone in the class who has brown eyes." And by telling them is dumber, is inherently dumber. And we should not treat people with blue eyes with respect because they're not smart, because they have blue eyes. And all the people with brown eyes are inherently smarter and better looking and superior people. And she told this to her class. And by the end of the day, all of the kids with brown eyes made the kids with blue eyes feel really, really bad and bullied them and made them feel like they were not important at all. Then the next day she comes in and she says, "Oh, there was a mistake. Everyone with blue eyes is actually smarter and superior to the people with brown eyes." And by the end of that day, all of the people with brown eyes felt badly and felt small and everything. And then by the end of the week, and she captured this on video. She had like some kind of documentary crew. And it's a documentary, it's fascinating. And they would interview the kids, and the kids would be like, when the teacher told us that people with brown eyes were superior, it made sense to us because I have brown eyes. And I felt smarter than everyone, but then when she said that there was a mistake, and the people with brown eyes were not, so, like, not smarter, then I felt stupid and I didn't want to be in school anymore. And it just basically shows that what you tell a child can really affect them in their self-esteem and their body positivity and such, and their just overall morale because of what you tell them. So
on day 3, did he go back and say, "Oh, brown eyes superior," and then those with blue eyes?
no, I think she cut it off early. And because she saw how devastating this was to the kids' self-esteem. And
I mean, when they figure out that it was a technical way.
no, not that. Not at all. Not at all. And so 30 years went by, and they re-interviewed the kids from that class, and they, as adults, and how they had learned about this, and they learned that if you're just told that a certain people are worse than you'll always believe that. It's like very easy to manipulate people and you can manipulate them when they're children. And so anyway, it's a fascinating documentary called Brown Eyes, Blue Eyes, Brown Eyes. And then when I was in first grade, my teacher did something like this. And all the kids with brown eyes, we went through the room, who had the most brown eyes, who had the most blue eyes. And she did not, the teacher did not necessarily tell us that we were better or worse than anyone else. We just kind of divided up based on characteristics. And because there were more of one color high color than the others, we started to notice that about each other and almost create like friendships based on that because we had this commonality. And it wasn't a trait that we had normally paid attention to. But and then we did it with like hair. We did it with all aspects of like physical aspects.
I mean, I think society kind of will house the belief of like like stupid or more attractive, and that's like the opposite, just kind of stereotype society.
Yeah, there's things like between like the 1950s to 1970s, there was a huge trend in comedy of blind jokes. You could get these joke books. You know how like Kill Tony they give away the joke book? Here's a big joke book. Here's a little joke book. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
Okay, so you know
like
like
the first books I ever had, it was a book.
yeah, and so it would be categorized. And remember the categories that they had each when I was a kid. There were like brunette jokes, blonde jokes, all kinds of different yo mama jokes, dead baby jokes were a thing. I didn't ever think those were funny, but dead baby jokes were a thing.
What's an example of a dead baby joke?
Yeah, dead baby jokes.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Um, they're dark comedy, so these are big in the early 1960s, possibly emerging from second wave feminist movement rejection of traditional gender roles. Um, so, what's worse than a pile of dead babies? A live one eating its way out. Why did the dead baby cross the road? It was staple to the chicken. It to me was a way to like to devalue life through joke. You know what I mean? This was big around like Roe versus Wade, the determination of what is life in the United States. But they had Helen Keller jokes which were really popular, which would be like making fun of people who are blind and deaf. And since those
I mean,
people,
those ones are kind of
they're not
low
funny.
profile.
They're not funny. They're not funny. Like, this is basically making someone feel who cannot defend themselves. A person who is blind, deaf, and mute cannot defend themselves. And to make fun of those people, I think today we find to be out of step. But back then, there was an entire section on it. They have Jew jokes, and they have Asian jokes, and black jokes, all the different. Yeah.
There's a theory that Helen Keller, the credibility and like the fact that she allegedly was able to write a book was fake because they believed that no person that was blind and deaf couldn't like produce such a work. And it honestly doesn't sound like the most far-fetched theory that I've ever heard.
I disagree with that. I've known people who are blind, deaf, and mute, and they eventually learn different kinds of sign language by feeling someone's hands, and they will take their hand and move it up against someone's lips so that they can lip read, and that's a real that's a helpful thing.
Okay, well then, thank you for reminding me of yeah, someone who doesn't. To me, it just seems like, oh, there's going to be no conflict right now. I need to learn language. But yeah, possibly, you know how like if you're blind or something, you understand people that can.
Yeah.
If you're blind and deaf, then you might have like a visual cortex or like a visual side of your mind that like becomes super enhanced or something. Like you might gain like some abilities just from the other senses not being able to have. So yeah, maybe it is not a show.
No, the big one with her is that she was a woman. That was not allowed during the course, and she spent a lot of time with her teacher, Amy Sullivan, and She was a very smart woman. She came. The reason why she is so prominent is because she came from a very wealthy family, and they could pay for these schools for her. And she would eventually go to Radcliffe, I believe, which is like now Harvard University, and she was friends with Alexander Graham Bell, and she was just seen as this like really groundbreaking individual. But what they don't talk about a lot is the relationship that she had with her teacher, and that they were close like for their whole lives. And she never married or anything like that, which was very uncommon in the era. And she was probably a lesbian. And if she wasn't, Helen Keller, if you see this in the future for revivification technology or something, I'm just saying that like if it walks like a dog, the dog can talk like a dog. Maybe it's a duck, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. She could have been asexual. She could have been um, uh, she could have been heterosexual. I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. But I kind of see her as an LGBTQ um, trailblazer in her own way. She, she was someone who had disabilities. She was someone who had disabilities, and perhaps still was able to love another person and not let her disabilities get in the way. So,
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It has nothing to do with like emotions or whatever. What were you saying earlier about like how providers so oriented towards devices, I guess. I think like that's one thing that's sticking out of my brain is like politics, especially like the U.S. It's like so how you're just able to just like narrow it down to like two beliefs and like two sides, but like rather than split it, to me is like kind of wild. It's like I don't know. There's no like middle path. There's no alternative viewpoints. Like it's like abortion on this side is pro and the other one's negative. It's like what if you want to have a camera in either of those, or like the opposite of what's one like more than thing? I don't know. It seems like also possibly the word like people say how like phones or whatever evil in a sense, like they take away from like organic human social interaction, and phones or like technology in general, whether it's a tablet, computer, like whatever, they're referred to as devices, which I wonder if that was like intentional in a way because they're basically like a portal for divisiveness
it's just
and
that's just coincidental.
nothing to do with coincidence. There's an argument to be made for it, but another I think principle that ties into this whole concept is which I find super interesting and I've just kind of been learning more about it, especially as it like pertains to advertisements, is like the idea of herdification and how human beings are definitely like herd animals and they basically kind of form consensus about certain things based on like whatever is the norm and like what the herd is thinking, and that's how we form laws and form all sorts of systems and structures. Like there is like this sense of study form. So it's like that Helen Keller thing. At the time, and whatever era she was in, it was like super taboo to be straight sexuality or that way. That was basically like a herd mentality of like back in the day where that belief was like instilled upon everyone, and people didn't question it because of that herd mentality. And then like probably this logarithmic curve or whatever, where like more people started going against that, and more people saw that other people were going against that, and more people saw that like kind of rebellion behind it. So now we're at today where it's much more progressive versus what it was like 30 years ago.
I want to go back and say that the word device does come from divisive, and or from division. And so, but it makes sense that you would call something division. It also can mean to arrange, plan, or contrive. It's 1500 words. But
Get out of here.
So perhaps it is related, and why they use that word. This is the same. When you said that, I was initially like, no, I mean, if anything, devices unite us. I don't know why people think that they divide us. They unite us much more than anything. A device allows me to talk to you in Canada, and I would have never talked to you. I would have never met you before. This is quite a unifying aspect. When people think of them as divisive, is when people get stuck in not communicating with those around them because they're on Instagram or TikTok. But
exactly, I mean, it definitely has the capability of opening both polarities of connecting people from across the world, but also potentially isolating people in their work that are on like hospitality addiction.
Before smartphones, before devices, before computers, the average person connected with in their entire life no more than 200 people. That was it. 200 people you connected with. And now you're connected with tens of thousands of people in one way or another. And especially before then, when we were tribal, you might not connect with more than 20 people over the course of your life. And now we're much more connected.
Yeah, it's crazy how much bandwidth people have to communication and travel and shit. Just humans
I agree.
So much more broadly now.
I agree. So for people to say that devices divide us, I don't necessarily think that. I think they unify us. But it's like any tool you can use. Zoo, are you gonna just sit there and be rude?
Dude, how many times do you write yourself off per day? Was it between 10 and 15 or 30 and 45?
That's incorrect. I don't believe that.
When you're on stage, someone is like, "Who are you, son? Get off the stage." What's your rebuttal?
He's gonna leave.
Just walk off. There he is. Yeah, Rabbi, when you're on the podcast talking about like connecting fucking like Suez Canal and fucking Israel to the Indian Ocean or whatever, did you talk about connecting Zoom to a fucking reliable Australian internet?
We did not have time to do that. That would take hours and hours.
Impossible request. Get Starlink, dude. You subscribe to Twitter Premium and it sends you like $50 a month and just do an upgrade.
Dude, why do you do Twitter Premium? Why do you have Twitter Premium? Riser.
Give us a fucking 1 minute intro set right now on Elon Musk or Bezos, and SpaceX and Starlink. You're not a fucking comedian if you can't do that.
Okay, that's alright.
Okay, what did you say?
That's not the phrase though. It's I don't come to where you work and suck all the dick. Yes.
I'm not glad that you're being paid.
We'll talk about that in a moment. I'm gonna defend you at this point. Zoot was paid $40 at the club that allows Wednesday stand up, which technically makes Zoot a professional comedian.
I didn't know that. Dude, you're raking in the baseball? Oh. Do you know how many offsets on the wall? It would be easy. I think that's like easy.
Yeah, dude, you need
Like
it.
if you just take like a very like off the shelf, everyone fucking I mean, if gross the shit out of it, right? Then it works. Rabbi, can you do a minute on
Of course I can. If you see in the recent news, Elon Musk became the first trillionaire. Interestingly enough, a week later, he approximately had $1 trillion more than the next richest person in the world. He had $1.3 million, and Sergey Brin had $0.3 trillion, meaning $300 billion, which is an incredible amount of money that I really think. And I'm wondering if you went to dinner with Elon Musk, and let's say you were Bill Gates and Larry Page and Sergey Brin, and Elon Musk goes to the bathroom, do you think the other three of them are like, let's let Elon Musk get the check, he's made of money? Another thing is that we have Elon Musk who created Starlink, which essentially connects the entire Earth to a global internet service. And I'm wondering if really Elon wanted this for the connectivity of the world, or did he just want to be able to watch porn wherever he wanted? And I'm starting to think that when you have this much money, you don't want to be constricted from where you can get your porn on. There may be the aspect that Elon Musk felt that he wanted to watch porn on a yacht, or watch porn in the jungle, or watch porn in the desert, and he didn't want to be constricted by traditional Wi-Fi connectivity and cellular connectivity. So the idea of all of Starlink may actually be one large strategy for Elon Musk's porn addiction. There you go. There's one. And the first joke I took from you.
way better than any
Okay, so I've got an interesting one for you, and you're not going to agree with this.
Can I do a minute? Can I do a minute on Elon?
Go for it.
Okay. Elon Musk. Pale Bush, that looks like he, like a little funky down, tries to push saw movie, horror movie. He is a predator to every female on Earth, approximately. 18 times a week. Shut down their bank account if they don't comply with his terms of service, drugging them and making weird hybrid Starlink fucking babies. Each one of the Starlink babies is going to be connected to Grok. Grok's in this generation will literally tell you, I'm going to output HTML code. I'm asking for an image on Grok, and it's giving me HTML code. eating cream, and I'm like, bruh, hello, this is an imaging rig. Why are you giving me HTML code? Why are you giving me HTML code? Why are you giving me HTML code? You know what he's giving me? HTML code. It's garbage. It's garbage. It's telling little babies are going to be all HTML code. And then, you know what's crazy? Everyone's grandma now is their RFPs invested in fucking SpaceX, and they're using like grandma's retirement money to essentially pull Bernie Madoff and just get everyone invested. And grandmas right now, they're looking at the chart going, oh, 25% U.S. invest. Well, when one of those stupid little Starlink satellites collides, there's going to be an asteroid belt of shit in the atmosphere. It's going to be crashing into the Indian Ocean. This is Starbucks. There's going to be only survivors. Everyone else is going to be toxic. Good night.
There you go, folks. You heard it here first. Okay, so you're not.
Great by Red.
Not your best friend. But okay, not bad.
I tried. I
That's okay. Okay, this one is you're not gonna agree with, and the reason why I say that is because it's kind of ridiculous, but there's some kind of how do I want to say uh, logic to what I'm saying, but overall still somewhat illogical. So there's the argument within society of when does life start? Some people say life starts at conception, when the egg and the sperm. Okay, that's something. Other people say life begins at birth. There are some people who believe that spermatozoa, semen, is sperm, and egg is, or spermatozoa is, or sperm is life, because it can give the quality of life, and same with an egg. And my question is this, or my thought is this. We understood these traditional categories to be in a world where life is limited and finite, but in a world of transhumanism, where people can live forever, should we give generally mothers the opportunity to terminate their pregnancy at any point and even after birth? So here's the thought. It's my body, my choice, which is what I, for all aspects, I'm and we have women who, let's say, for whatever reason, abort their child at 8 months and 29 days, right before the baby's going to be birth. Maybe because the father got scared, the father ran away, um, whatever reason. But basically, like, in one day, that baby is going to be a human that we consider to be a human or whatever. But she wants to do it. Is that her right? Yeah, that's her right. Do I like it? No. But is that her right? If she hasn't birthed it yet, okay. But that's in a finite world where her life is limited. In a world where she could live indefinitely, she could live hundreds of thousands of years, why does she lose the right to terminate that baby after birth? Basically, the thought is, if she was able to terminate the baby because she got scared or the baby was going to have some kind of genetic issue prior to birth, why doesn't she have the same right to terminate that baby when the baby's a little shit at age 4 or age 5 or age 8 or age 12? Basically, that child now is going to have a negative effect on her life for the rest of time because she no longer has a finite life. And the idea is that she may be able to reproduce hundreds of years from now because of technological advances. And if that's true, and she has one child that's kind of bothersome to her, why shouldn't she be able to abort that child? And people would say, well, that's murder. And it depends how you define murder, but perhaps that's true. I I think with the transhumanist argument, in their own way, a mother has more of an argument to be able to abort their child after birth, which we would call murder, than in a finite world. Perhaps, maybe I might be wrong. I mean, so what am I saying? I think it's my body, my choice until the child is born. After that, it becomes a choice. Or after that, it becomes a choice.
My child, my choice.
Yeah, that's what it would be, though. Yeah, exactly. My child, my choice. That's an excellent point. There's an argument to be made there.
Wouldn't there be like crazy like signing off or anything you need to do X, Y, Z, or else your body's on terminated. Heating system 32 for you.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. There's just it's a,
You can hold a gun to someone who literally hold a gun.
that's right.
But I mean, I feel like there should be clear policy. Like there'd be some crazy new laws that would have to be picked up by some AI lawyers who have been in the right moral standpoint or whatever. The right moral standpoint of being allowed to murder and kill a child.
Well, the thing is that already occurs. It's called post-birth abortion. Basically, like I mean, it happens within.
So under like certain circumstances,
No, it's considered murder in like all 50 states. But the thing is, sometimes doctors do it for whatever reason and don't tell anybody about it, and it could be really corrupt. Um, so, like, what would be an instance where this happens? Uh, the person who's giving birth is very wealthy, and let's just this isn't a case that I necessarily know, but the child comes out and has obvious Down syndrome, and that was not caught in utero. And the mother's like, I don't have a Down syndrome baby, and the doctor's like, well, we can just let it try to live on its own. And usually a baby that tries to live on its own for like hours and doesn't get any food or anything will slowly become dehydrated and die. And then they just let it die a natural death. And they say that that was just part of the birth complications. Exactly. Um, so my idea on abortion, I can tell you from my own experience. This is one of of my rabbinical journey. This was one of the strangest things that I've ever had occur, and it was um, so I'm a member of multiple communities, both Orthodox, actually more than two, but I when I was attending synagogue, I would attend two synagogues every single day, just depending on uh, which one was having. Like one of them was really big, not really big, but one of them was bigger than the other. And with one of them, you had like the community and everything, and the other one was like a boutique synagogue that you had a lot of connection with the rabbi. And so this was around when Roe v. Wade was being redecided or whatever, around that time. Maybe this was around 2018 or so. And uh, I was in a Gemara class, I was in a Talmud class, and I was someone who never missed class for years, and I never missed shul, never missed synagogue for years. I was more consistent than the rabbi, and which is one of the reasons why my community was so adamant. This is your path. This is what you need to do. But at the time, I was just being a good Jew, uh, and the issue of abortion came up, and I was in one synagogue, and the rabbi there was like, "So you're going to hear different arguments and when life starts." And he went, and he used this one rabbi who is a prominent um, rabbi, but also a scientist. And there was an argument that life began at the argument is really a really complicated argument. But basically, from a simplicity standpoint, there is a offering that's given to the Cohen and the family of the Cohen in the Talmud. Basically, the family of the traditional priests within um, the lineage of Aaron from the tradition. And there's a question that happens: what happens if the um, a wife marries into a non-Kohanic family, and if a daughter marries into a non-Kohanic family, and then divorces, which is allowed, and she comes back to her Kohanic family, is she does she get to take part of that offering, or is it like she no longer gets to take it? And there are arguments to be made that she does get to take it, she doesn't get to take it, but it gets into an argument about life. And and the Talmud doesn't necessarily say one way or another. Now the Bible says basically um, if there's a pregnant person and you accidentally trip and fall and cause a death of that baby, you don't die, but you have to pay for the damage that would have been done to that child. Basically, there's some kind of retribution financially, and but it's not like a life for life, um, like it is arguably if that person were an adult. So there are these arguments that are made. So anyway, this is a really, really deep, long halakhic or the Jewish law discussion that I don't want to get into. But I remember one of the rabbis talking about this, and so um, and then uh, basically there's this other argument to be made within the Talmud that uh, life begins when there is something called uh, it's like the argument is it's 30 days after the woman visits a mikvah. And a mikvah is a ritual cleansing pool that women who are menstruating within Judaism, married women, um, will uh, will cleanse themselves once a month before having relations with their husband. And there are other reasons for a mikvah. Some people who are just looking to do some type of teshuva, some type of uh, uh, cleansing of their purification of their soul, they would do that. And also converts within the mikvah, whatever it may be. It's a ritual pool, and it's very important within Judaism because a woman, when she has relations with her husband, it needs to be clean. And if she is menstruating, she is seen as untouchable for that period of time. So within an Orthodox home, a man will not generally touch his wife for about 2 weeks out of the marriage, about 10 days. So, anyways, uh, we're just having these arguments within around the table or whatever, and uh, I go to this other shul, and uh, the other shul is very pro-life, and this is the big one, and they're like, life begins when you when there's life begins at conception, and there's that argument because there are some posting, some rabbinical authorities that say that once the man and woman have relations, that if it goes untouched, it will eventually equate to abuse, with all things being equal. Okay, so there was that. And I'm there, and I have this friend of mine who is like, uh, isn't that interesting that there's one rabbi who is saying that birth does not take place, that life does not begin until 30 days after a woman visits a mikvah. And why is it that? Because that's when she knows she's going to be pregnant. She would have expected to have her period, and she does not. And so it's that realization aspect that there's an argument to be made. That's what my and I remember one of my friends went to an older person within the community and was saying that one rabbi was saying one thing and another rabbi was saying another thing, and or maybe I was making that conclusion that hey, there's not alignment here. And for the other rabbis that I've known throughout my life, generally within the Orthodox community, life begins at conception, generally. But then in more liberal aspects of Judaism, it's a woman's right to choose and all that. So abortion, unlike many other religious uh, organizations within Judaism, is not cut and dry. There are different opinions, and since we don't have one single spokesperson for Judaism, we basically go with what the rabbi states. So I began to do some deep diving into this subject, and um, there's like the greatest centrist Orthodox sage of the 20th century is a man named Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. Everybody goes with this guy, basically, within mainstream Orthodoxy. But this guy says goes. And I did all this work and found um, in one of his writings. It's not even his writing. It's someone who wrote down what he said. He stated. And in this book that he has called Igros Moshe, uh, and it's all in Hebrew, so it's really difficult for a non-native reader. It's even difficult for native Hebrew readers to read because it's very complicated. But especially for someone uh, where English is your first language, it's extremely complicated as well. But I was able to find a passage in Hebrew where Rabbi Moshe Feinstein did not necessarily say when life begins, but he made an argument to say that um, basically up until the 40th day of conception, or the 40th day after the woman has been in the mikvah, anything before that is considered life water. What is life water? It's basically not a baby, and everything after that is then considered to be life. So I had this huge stack of documents this one day, and I came into synagogue after morning prayer, and one of the older members of the community was like, if you have a second, and I had to get to work, I remember, but he said, let's stop the rabbi before we go to this other. He was going to go to this other class, and let's pick his brain on the subject. And so I had these stacks of documents. I remember, and uh, no, let me finish the story, and then you can say anything you want. So I had these stacks of documents, the rabbi's there, and I said, um, there's an argument to be made that life begins 40 days after a woman is in the mikvah. And he's like, what is your justification for this? And I explained it's in the gross motion. And and it was this face that I saw in a rabbi that I'd never seen before, where I had stumped him. Like, I basically used the argument of the other rabbi, and and with evidence, and shown that his interpretation and the mainstream Orthodox interpretation perhaps may need some slight alterations. And um, it was at that moment that it was just it was clear to me that like, wow, if I had a wife who was pregnant, if I had gone to one rabbi to ask if we could have an abortion, he would say absolutely not. But if I went to another rabbi, he would say that I could, or that we could, which was just like these guys, these two synagogues were less than a mile apart. So it just depended on which one you would attend as to what decision you were going to make. And it was just mind blowing. Anyway, that's my story about abortion. And so, go ahead.
Well, and I think that, I mean, my personal opinion, if I was of like a religious, religion, Judaism, or whatever, and I was like a rabbi, I'd probably view life as sacred, and therefore the moment of conception is when life begins, and that if you interfere with that, then you're basically like disrespecting. You're pocketing life early in the day, and you're disrespecting that particular life. But can you please explain the 40-day life pattern thing in like brief, like the main argument of that, because it seems like a little bit
It,
exact 40 days.
it is. It has to do with truma, which is, I don't want to get into. It's very complicated, but basically, it's about an offering that's given to the Kohen daughter. Um, the idea that um, there's an argument to be made that if a woman has it's 40 days after she visits the mikvah. Basically, when she realizes she's pregnant, for lack of a better, for simplicity's sake, for simplicity's uh, sake, is when life begins, when she knows she's pregnant. The idea is that normally she would go to the mikvah every 30 days and be ritually cleansed, and if she, but she only does that once she menstruates. If she doesn't menstruate for 40 days, generally that means she's pregnant. Uh, and that's when life begins, when she's recognizing that she's pregnant, and that's where life continues. If she has any kind of, um, like women with periods have, uh, sometimes their cycles aren't correct. Sometimes they have really, um, like um, heavy flow periods. Sometimes they have light flow periods. Sometimes they will have a period where they um, they they don't know if they had a miscarriage or not, and they don't know. So traditionally within Judaism, before a woman has relations with her husband, she can't have any spotting. Basically, she can't. There's a cloth called the deacon cloth, and she has the deacon clothing, and she can't have any blood on it. And if she does, if she has any doubts about it, she can go to the rabbi, and the rabbi will look at the deacon cloth and say whether it's too much blood to be able to have relations. This is one thing that especially more feminist Orthodox Jewish women don't like. They're like, I shouldn't have to go to some old man and show him my period and have him make a decision whether I can have relations with my husband. But traditionally, this is how it's been done. In more modern senses, we leave that up to the woman. If she really wants to talk to somebody about it, she can. But generally, those decisions. It's just, who wants to have to get an email that of a picture of a bloody camel? Like nobody wants that. But traditionally, something like that would take place. So the idea is,
What
once
about not holding? That means that she is able to, is more likely to be able to conceive a child. On a minor period, you can't conceive, and so they want you to be able to conceive.
yeah, it has it has to do.
Every time you have a relationship,
That's correct. Yeah. And
really?
yeah, a woman is considered to be Nida, um, which is untouchable. So in strict Orthodox household, husband and wife, in really strict Orthodox households, there's something called Shomin where a husband and wife do not make physical contact outside the confines of the home. So there's no public, there's no PDA, public displays of affection. We don't hold hands. Even men, like I've had issues when I've been really strict in my orthodoxy where I don't shake hands with women. Certainly don't hug women. Um, and women, yeah, I mean it's just tradition. Um, and then there are aspects within the household where you can do that to your direct relatives, so your wife and your children. In terms of the woman and her being ritually purified to be able to have relations with her husband, um, what this does from a psychological standpoint, a sociological standpoint, the argument is it's like a woman. It's like a how would I put this? Right? It's like a new. It's like a new honeymoon period every month. So within some relationships, some people may have anal sex, some people may have vaginal sex without a condom, some people may have vaginal sex with a condom while a woman's on a period. Some women will just give oral sex. It depends on the people. That's in like a separate. But within strict orthodoxy, a husband and wife do not even sleep in the same bed. There are two separate beds. Um, and a woman wears like a special kind of cloth. It's very, many feminists consider it to be diminutive and it's very perhaps outdated, right? Certainly. Um, but this is just the way it is. Um, if you were living your life of 2,000 years ago, this type of behavior would be considered uh, the norm. Other people around you would have these types of.
Society, if you like go out and rebel against society, go do some deeds, wiggle all over the walls, you're not considered to be a good person, even though there's arguments to make that you're a legitimate artist, you're putting artwork into the world for free, you're expressing yourself. So when it comes to like these rules, like I mean I understand some people just don't push into worldly things or translated or annotated or whatever that you want people to conform to the rules in a way, but it's almost like super strict parents where it's like you overprotect and guard and shield your kid, and then they go out and just try to break the rules because the rules are too strict. Whereas if you're more chill parent that allows flexibility, it'll more beneficial to the community as you're saying.
Everything is based on everything is based on the decisions of the parents. And so if you are going to have any kind of argument to act against the trend, you have to be able to use the decisions of the past to be able to do so. Now, there are people who have rejected this, and some of them are known as Christians, and some of them are known as Muslims, because there's an argument to be made that both Islam and Christianity are just offshoots of Judaism. So if you're wondering, like, well, what do you do if you don't like this? Okay, then go be a Christian, and you can go apostatize or break off or assimilate into the larger community. You're allowed to do that. Um, the,
So if you want to stay within the Judaism framework that you don't agree with certain
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So there is that,
and
and
I think that that's like parental way to respond to someone who feels that way, or do you think you could say like, you can disagree with some things and that's fine, but this is just like a framework and if you don't follow it, that's cool. But we're not gonna shame you and guilt you into conforming with things that you don't think are right.
well, we look at that with the secular mind today. But 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, nobody was thinking that way. Everybody had their own doctrine, and so someone who didn't conform could be brought to base in house of judgment and could be punished for their actions. There was also, especially in the last 1,000 years, at least in Europe, something called the tequila, which is like a police force that would go around and make sure that you were giving the necessary um, offerings and following the Talmud and Hebrew Bible as closely as you could. And if you were not, you would be lashed. You could be whipped. Um, so that's what kept everybody in line. And if you didn't want to toe the line, then you didn't have to. But then you would be executed. Um, Usually all those classes legally dependent. And this was only done in the rarest cases where someone had just absolutely was not going to follow the reasonings of um, a certain religious body. Generally, though, people toe the line and they live their life within their shtetls, their Eastern European little hamlets, their little towns, and there was no competition in Judaism until the 19th century when Reform Judaism starts and uh, conservative Judaism starts. When people started to say, hey, especially with something called the Jewish Haskafa, basically the Jewish Enlightenment, uh, where we have science, we have technology that's emerging, the Industrial Revolution's taking over, and this is bringing into light a lot of different developments. How are we supposed to live this extremely conservative way while still balancing it with the advances in technology? So you have different breakups within Judaism over the course of about 100 years. You have the Hasidic dynasties that really are the most conservative. You have something called modern Orthodoxy, which became large in Germany and in England. And a lot of people don't necessarily fit into one of those circles. I, in my past, have been a part of both Hasidic schools and modern Orthodox schools. Um, it just really depends on what's available to you and the people you want to be around. Um, but there are Hasidic individuals who are doctors and lawyers and don't necessarily have to sit in a yeshiva or a place of learning all day long. They live their lives amongst the individuals, and then in the same way you can have that modern Orthodox. And those are the Orthodox, that's the Orthodox way, which is still only 10% of all Judaism today. It's a very small portion of Judaism. The people who are actually devout are even smaller than us. Um, but we're just more visible to the outside world because of our dress, or because we wear um, yarmulkes, or because kippahs, whatever it may be. We walk the shoe, whatever it may be. Then there is the Reform movement, which occurred in the early 1800s, that basically rejected a lot of this and said, hey, we shouldn't have to keep kosher. We shouldn't have to. We should be able to work on Shabbat. We should be able to not have to keep the laws of meat, like the laws of family purity and stuff. And then the conservative movement branched out from both of those as somewhat in the middle. So, yeah, yeah, so this comes from a chapter that basically there were Canaanites who were their practice was to shave themselves, and the tradition within Judaism to wear a beard comes from the idea of not wanting to do any kind of self-inflicted harm on yourself. And a straight razor, you can cut yourself. And if you do that, especially in the desert 2,000 years ago, that can cause infection and you can die. So the idea was wear a beard so that you don't have to deal with any of that, and then also it identifies you that you're not one of these outsider communities. And you will find people. Yeah. So in the modern age, no, no, that's a different argument. We avoid the trimming of our genitalia from a male perspective, so that we look like men, so that we don't look like women. Uh, there are major aspects. Generally, if they see it as necessary from a cleanliness standpoint. And these are welcome to religion, especially Judaism. There are many contradictions. No, you can trim it. No, you can trim it. And I was getting to the point where, if you wanted to go and be someone who was clean shaven, had clean shaven genitalia, this is allowed to some extent, but you use an electric razor. So an electric razor, when it was invented around the turn of the 20th century or so, there was an argument to be made that Jews didn't have to wear a long beard anymore and could look more like the secular world. And the argument was that the trade-off was to use an electric razor. The reason why you use electric razors, and I mean, I lived my life wearing an electric razor. Even in my early streams, I would wear my beard the way that one of my rabbinic colleagues would wear, which is like a 5 o'clock shadow. I would just have a persistent 5 o'clock shadow, and I would trim with an electric shaver. And the reason why I would do that is because it's cool. It's like not as hot. You get food and stuff in your beard, which is a pain in the ass. And I had more of a modern Orthodox look, um, as opposed to a more Hasidic look with a long beard. Now, uh, what we avoid is straight edge razors. So like your Gillette razor, that has like Mach 5 and all that, we avoid that. The reason why is because that can cut the skin. Even safety razors can cut the skin. So we avoid all of that. But if you ever see an Orthodox Jew with who doesn't look like they have a beard, they probably just shave with an electric shaver. And the argument is that electric shavers um, do not have a blade that makes direct contact with the skin. There's like a foil in the middle that allows the electric razor to be able to cut the skin. And the cutting of the skin is almost like scissors, as opposed to like rubbing a razor against the skin. So that has been seen as a allowance for the modern age. And um, so a lot of
I mean, like, you know, 3,000 years ago, like, destruction, those things are not near as severe today as they were back then. It must be like a little, like, update to iOS.
yeah, exactly. And that happens, but it has not in this case. There are other arguments that counter this as well. We don't want to look like the general public. We want to look different. One of the reasons why we wear clothes, in addition to being in addition to looking different than the other populations and being able to identify each other and keeping reverence to God, it allows us to be different. There's a reason why Jews It is within our doctrine to be separate. It is not to be one people on earth. If you want to join Judaism, you can. There are ways to do that, but we don't want to bend our words to do that. Rising, how are you? Are you ready to talk? Are you ready to jerk yourself off? Because you've just been coming and leaving and coming and leaving and coming and leaving. Like, who do you think you are? That's cool. What is Harry Potter Obama son? I can't even do that right now. Pretty close. Is that true? Dude, is it at 1 penny? Okay, what is it at? Is it like 10 cents? It's not at one. It's not at 1 cent. Isn't it at 12 cents? Oh, 12 cents is 100. It's 12 million multiplied. Oh, okay. So 12 cents is 12 cents. Well, 12 cents is 120 multiplied. Yeah, that's right. That was 36. Okay. So it's at 0.012 cents, correct? So it is a penny. It is a penny. Okay, that's cool. Guys, are you ready to play yet, or are you just ready to jerk yourself off? Because this takes.
You could just wander around with all day. You're gonna. What do you want to say? Like, when they have to interrupt me, it's like,
With humans?
you had your time to talk about SpaceX before.
With humans? I don't believe anything. With the Van Allen radiation goes to full nature.
That's not true. That is not true. Joe Rogan.
I don't give a fuck.
There's a scientific argument and how that's like in the shape of a torus in this little donut where you can feed that radiation, but also the radiation from the now belts is when it changes, so at some points it goes to the rest of the year, and there's other points, but it's not, it's like not as lethal as just like dying instantly of cancer in 1 second.
Riser, you didn't even know. Riser, you didn't even know what the Van Allen. Duke, when someone else is talking, hold on. Riser, you didn't even know. I'm not talking to you, Riser. This is how it's going. I know what the raccoons, they were called rockets, that went into space, and the Geiger counters that would be off the charts and eventually overwhelmed with radiation occurred. I know what happened when they put dogs into space. When the Soviets put dogs into space, there was a dog named Laika that died from the radiation. And the advancements to the shielding of the craft has not made major uh, developments in the last 60 years. I have absolutely no faith in that. Uh, and if that makes me someone who is, I'm a mainstream scientist in terms of my belief on the Van Allen radiation uh, belt. The area that you're talking about is only available toward the North or South Pole. That's not where these crafts are being sent. And additionally, they the the Van Allen radiation belts do not like turn off or lower to the point where humans can't go through them. It's a huge amount of radiation that causes massive issues with electronics, and we have not been able to solve those issues within the last 60 years. And if you think Elon Musk has been able to do it, that's cool. Anything that you show me, even the most recent whatever thing that they did, I don't believe. They don't have. Uh, there, there was no video that I saw. There's no image that I saw of the Earth that changed my mind on this subject. And what would change my mind on this subject? A real time camera where they're flying from the Earth to the Moon with everything live streamed and different um, and the stars being videotaped as well, so that because that's really hard to fake, which it could be faked with AI and stuff. I'm not saying that's impossible. That's what I need. I don't need just a picture of people floating in space to convince me, because that doesn't convince me. That didn't convince me when it happened 60 years ago, and it doesn't convince me now. Why didn't they do it with the most recent one? I don't want excuses. It's not a test. If it's a test, then the perfect way to test it is to live stream it. The one a couple months ago when they went around the moon. For Americans. This is what I'm talking about. I am much more in touch with the space program than both of you combined. Look it up. 2020. I'm saying that those people didn't do it. They're in low Earth orbit, just like it was with Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. I'm saying that they haven't changed the magic trick.
No, but there was a spacecraft that was.
You're asking me. I'm telling you, there are 4 people who.
I'm asking you to confirm that.
So you are asking me. You are saying that there's a spacecraft that did it. I'm saying that it was a manned mission. There's a total difference between that. And I'm saying I don't believe that happened. I believe that it's the same magic trick that they pulled in the 1960s. You take people and you put them in low Earth orbit. They sit in low Earth orbit for a few days. They take some video of themselves floating. They say that they're halfway to the moon and around the moon, and then they come back, and then everybody celebrates them. And I'm saying that it's the same magic trick that they pulled 60 years ago. You don't get a chance to see the landing. You don't get a chance to see them come out of the craft. It was all very secretive. They allegedly crashed, made a splash landing in the ocean, but they didn't show it on camera. They were eventually picked up by some naval ship, and you couldn't see them get out of the craft. Like, I'm someone who, if you want to know what's going on, live stream it. It's very simple. Put it on camera, 24/7. If you don't do that, I'm not going to believe it. I know how these people work. And for you two to be like, wait, You mean there were people on those tracks? It just tells me that you have no knowledge of what happened recently. So,
I'm thinking of a different thing then. So there was gangsters that went around there and they didn't touch down. They went around and came back and I thought you were saying that there were people.
I am. They said there were 4 people on board.
Okay. What was it called?
2026 moon mission. Yeah.
Thanks for playing California.
Okay, so the primary 2026 lunar mission was Artemis 2, a historic crewed flyby that launched on April 1st, 2026. Also, April Fool's Day, which is kind of a joke that they did that, and splashed down on April 11th, 2026. The mission marked the first time humans traveled beyond Earth orbit since Apollo 17 in 1972.
Damn, this guy from the Discord.
I love him. I love him too. Okay, so Ryzen, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is I reckon I recognize that and I understand the frustration, but you have to understand that it would affect other people too who don't do it purposefully. Brandon has accounts to come in and absolutely. No, he does. I had to talk to him about it yesterday. All the time. Not purposefully though, that's what I'm saying. Zeus is purposeful. Other people's are not. So you're basically saying I need okay. It's frustrating, I understand. Um, okay, back to the question at hand. So you had 4 people for the first time since 1972 allegedly go around the world. And do you know how many people watched this on Twitch? There were 100 times more people who watched somebody playing Fortnite on Twitch in England than there were who watched this. People don't believe this. You can tell people that it happened, and that's cool, but people don't believe it.
Wait, did he just say Fortnite to discredit a rocket mission?
Yes.
But see, that's such a random. There's no people. There's just a shitload of people playing Fortnite. It's like you're saying, like, there's no people playing Fortnite and I'm watching the USA hungry soccer. Like, that doesn't mean that the USA is not the USA is because more people happen to play.
I'm saying that if you wanted people, if this was a real thing, then it would be on every channel like it was in the 1960s. Every channel carried it in the 1960s. I don't even think it was a real thing then. But this way, it's like, oh, people are distracted already. Don't make it a mainstream thing. Even you did not know that 4 people allegedly went around the moon until 10 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. There you go. Wait, but do you recognize? Do you recognize 4 people doing that? Uh, it's going to have some kind of effect on their body. It's going to what like right. Why aren't these the 4 most? You can't name who they are, and 99% of all people on Earth can't name who they are. These would be the biggest celebrities in the world. People who flew by the moon.
Why did you get your glove with your swimming class?
But okay, when when some YouTuber goes to Antarctica and live streams, he's more famous than these people are. And he only went to Antarctica. These people went around the moon and didn't take video, and didn't take pictures of the stars, didn't take a picture of Earth. We get selfies of every Instagram model on Earth 1,000 times a day, 10,000 times a day, 1,000,000 times a day, but we don't have new pictures of the Earth from a new module that are good, where you can make out what the continents look like. And
I agree. There is 2025 and then
2026. 2026.
selfies and fucking TikTok reels and all that shit and that's years old.
Thank you.
I
Thank you. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And that's
should be live stream the whole fucking.
well, now we're in agreement, Riser. Now we're in agreement, my man. And like I know on any subject that I get impassioned about is the moon because I look at it all the time and I know that it's like a constant lie that I've been told and I believe it. I'm impassioned about it. Even before like you really got to know me and you were like, hey, you know any really good documentaries? And I was like, yeah, I know a bunch of them. And one of my favorites, and I made you watch it, and I made you watch Astronauts Gone Wild. So that you see, these are just old men who have no more scientific knowledge, even less scientific knowledge than you do. When they ask them what was it like going up and approaching the Van Allen radiation belt, and one of them says, "I don't think we went through the Van Allen radiation belt," and another one says, "Yeah, we didn't go through the Van Allen radiation belt." And then they're shown an image of it that they had to, and they're like, "Oh, well, maybe we did on one of the the missions, but yeah, I don't think it had any effect on us. When it killed animals when the Soviets did it, it's just it's like a huge group of lies." And then the most recent one. So you're saying to me, and it's an excellent point that you're making, Rabbi. There's some logical fallacy in that you're saying that if people went to the moon, it has to be the biggest event on Earth. And I'm saying that if that's really what we were doing, don't you think it would be? Don't you think these poor people who traveled further than basically any living people on Earth right now ever would be household names? That they'd be TikTok stars? That we would have their images that are like new images of Earth? And not just Earth. Earth is easy, but the stars, they're able to go further than any human ever and see deeper into the depths the of space than any people ever, and they don't take a picture of it.
You know, it's also like the stupidest thing ever is like, why are you going all the way to the moon just to do a little fucking like lap around it? Why the fuck would you not just fly? Like you're going to the moon. It's like, hey, I'm going to New York City. Drive around the moon and just to leave and then come back home and fly. Like, you're not gonna stop in Times Square. You're not gonna get to the Brooklyn Bridge. You're not gonna go to the Olympics. Like you just go all the way from like Central America and like Europe to Montana or some shit. And that's what you do.
It's an excellent point. It's an excellent point. Or even just doing a low flyby. Look, I'm gonna just look right now, and I mean, you and I are both connected to the internet more than most people. Artemis 2 photos of Earth. Now, the pictures that they take are like selfies on Earth. I don't give a shit about that. I know I'm getting really like. pissed. But the pictures that they're taking are like, here's a perfect example. All of the pictures that they take, you can never see the continents on. It's always like there's always huge amounts of cloud cover. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Like, um,
There happens to be hurricanes covering the world.
but that's the thing. That's the thing right there. That does not equate to what the weather was like on Earth on that day. There wasn't like a 7,000-mile cloud across North America that day. That just doesn't happen.
That's hilarious. I'll down after if I could get I mean, I thought I had sex with it. I'd love to just post that on Reddit.
Let's
What the fuck? Still on the NASA Reddit right now. I mean, I don't know where you're looking
so let's do this. It's from NASA.gov. From NASA.gov. Okay, and go to just type into the go. We'll just look at these together. Type in Artemis 2 photos Earth, and you'll get and like you'll get a uh, it says Artemis 2 multimedia. Do you see that? Yeah.
I have Hello World, Artemis 2 Journey to the Invention of the Artemis 2 Flyby.
Hold on. If you want the no, don't do it. The exact thing is NASA.gov /Artemis II multimedia. NASA.gov /Artemis ARTEMIS II multimedia. No. NASA.gov /ARTEMIS II lowercase dash. Hold on. I mean dash is in like the minus sign. NASA.gov /Artemis. You found it? Okay, so Artemis 2 multimedia. Now, the first thing that I would show is all the stuff in the moon and stuff. I wouldn't share selfies of the splashdown and recovery. That's the first thing. I don't care about it. You want to go to multimedia resources. So just scroll down. It's at the top. It should say Artemis 2 multimedia. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've seen the splashdown in the photo.
Okay, so why are you showing me that? And notice it's wait. And notice it's not a video of that. It's just pictures. Then mission images. Whatever this is, Canada and the United States. Okay. Then the next thing, Artemis 2 lunar flyby. 86 images. Artemis 2 journey to the moon gallery. 45 images. 16 videos. Artemis 2 launch gallery. Artemis 2 astronauts gallery. Artemis 2 flight day highlights gallery. Artemis 2 mission science gallery. NASA's space launch system. So, of all the pictures that they took, it's 86 plus 45, which is 130. of their whole trip. They have to just fake 131 pictures. That's it. And that's a good enough amount for people that, yeah, I've seen it all. And for other people to be like, why don't we have a 12-hour video of them doing this? We have a 12-hour video literally of.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane that they think that images. Why would they not do video? They have like computers on board that are like so advanced, the most advanced technology in the world.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? So now we're going to go into these. Do you see Artemis 2 Lunar Flyby Gallery?
Yeah, no, I've seen that.
Okay, where are the stars? In all. And it's just black.
From Earth, if you go to like Hawaii and you're not in like a light polluted area,
You know what I'm talking about. You can see the Milky Way cutting up, splitting the, the, the Earth's, like the hemisphere of the Earth. You can see it. And you have to imagine there's more light pollution in Hawaii than there is 250,000 miles away from the Earth, from the nearest city. And you recognize that they don't see a single star.
Unless they're saying there's
Riser, there's not one.
The moon is super bright.
Riser. No, it's not. It's not. It's dark on the dark side, which is where they were. They went around the moon. It's pitch black on the dark side of the moon. There's nothing there. And they don't have a picture of the stars, not a single star. Not even a picture of the sun.
No, here's one of the dark
Hold on. Which photo? The third page. Hold on. Is it page 3?
Yes. Planets shine. The sun is eclipsed by the moon.
Hold on. You're not in the right place. I'm going to be exactly where you are. So, from the main page, are you at Artemis 2 Lunar Flyby or Artemis 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Artemis, it's the second last image on page 4.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I'm going to do. Second to last image on page 2. The planet shine bright. Okay, and I do see that, but it's not. That's not how the stars work. The stars are a huge canopy. Look, it's exactly. It's enough of an argument to be able to say, "Oh no, we took pictures and we have stars," but it's not specific enough to be able to say this is what this constellation is. And look, Riser, I would want the location of it. Like, show me a map of where this picture was taken. Give me like the.
That'd be a great way to verify the constellation map.
Exactly, and that's
relative to every photo.
Yes, exactly, and that's they don't do that because it's too difficult to have accurate. and that's why they didn't do it during the Apollo mission, so that's why they don't do it now. They did learn their lesson a little bit so that people can't say there are no stars. They put a couple stars here and there. But if I just have to ask you, so the planet shine bright, keep that tab open. Are we in agreement that that's a pretty dark photo? Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. Those aren't stars. Those are other planets. Those are not stars. That's just Saturn. Those aren't stars, so they still don't have stars. Um, right. It opens up a bunch of questions. Why is it that we can see two pretty bright things on the picture, but not all of the stars? Just if you would type in. That's exactly. That's exactly right. Right. Just, right. Just type into Google Milky Way like at night, and you're gonna get 50 pictures of people from Earth who are able to overcome this issue. Whatever settings these people use to take the picture on Earth, use that on the Artemis too. That's all I'm saying. That's a very just click Milky. That's just not enough merit. If there's all the sun, then why can't? No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know what they're talking about. Riser. So, are you saying that it's impossible to take a picture of the stars when you're in space? Because that just sounds like absolute bunk to me. And if, come on, man, come on, you have people, amateur photographers, people with an iPhone in urban environments who can take pictures of the Milky Way galaxy. You don't have to be in Hawaii. You can take pictures of it from Earth, from downtown Los Angeles, from downtown Anaheim. You can see the Milky Way galaxy. There's not necessarily. As I understand, as I understand, there's so much light in the reflection of the atmosphere makes it so that you see like water molecules, and that's why it appears blue.
So you're admitting that light can prevent stars from being seen.
Right. Anything can stop. Anything can stop stars from being seen. Here's my question.
Is there a way to photograph? I mean, you can see the moon during the day, but you can't see stars.
Yeah, and
Is there a way to photograph stars during the day?
Yes, with telescope. That see past all that stuff. Yeah. Now,
Are you sure? I need to.
look at it.
I'd like to believe you. And your idea.
No, it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Subscribe to particular
Please, I understand. I understand.
Can you photograph?
That's a different question. I thought you were saying C.
Yes, you can photograph stars in days that are need a high contrast photo telescope. When I go to the States,
that's what I'm saying. Right, that's what I'm saying. So there you go. So there you go. On Earth, you can photograph stars during the day, and there's way more light on Earth than there are in these pictures. Riser, would you please just type in Milky Way at night and go to images? I know. So why don't they just use those settings in that camera at the moon?
You're not. They're not equivalent scenarios. For the reason I just explained. Like one, there's immense light coming from like the back.
Right.
Like the same exact reason why it's extremely difficult to up in your telescope to stars from Earth during the day.
Right, so then why is it when people go into space they say how immense the amount of stars are that they can see with their eyes?
I've seen what's it called, the International Space Station, the International Scanning Station. I don't know. But would you say that the International Space Station is streaming 24/7 on YouTube? You can go look at it right now. Do you think that is capturing stars? I mean, nice that it's straight to the end.
It's in low Earth orbit, and I think they have a camera set so you don't see it. And I know it's fake because they used to do live streams of that, at least NASA did, and then they had to put it on a tape delay when people started seeing UFOs flying all over it. So people would just watch it just for UFOs. And so now they have to edit those videos. And they just do giant loops of those videos too. They've been caught just looping 24 hours for long periods of time. And it's really difficult to be able to tell the difference because their video doesn't really change that much. And their video goes down.
These live views from external cameras on the International ISS and producing signals. Video stream and space to ground audio will resume when
So they can't even get it in low Earth orbit correct. And that's not like a one-time deal. It's like 50% of the time when I go to that, that's what it says. It's like that a lot. Look, I'm just streaming from Earth, and my life is on like 20 different.
believe that the IFF is real?
Yeah,
I've seen
I
the
do.
Starlink satellites.
I do.
You can witness Starlink satellites from Earth.
I know. I've seen them. I've seen them. I've seen them as well.
So
And
you're
I
not denying that satellites are real.
no, I've never denied that. That's how we get communication. And I don't. I,
Just check it.
and I don't deny that Mir was real, or that the International Space Station was real. I think that all of those are real.
I mean, some people say that these satellites are fake too. Like they didn't go up.
Okay, I don't say that. So you're doing the right thing. You're asking me what I believe. And
I'm not. No, I'm saying some people.
I understand. I understand. I know. And so I'm saying you're doing the right thing. You're clarifying that I don't believe those things, but I do. It's pretty simple what I believe, which is humans have never gone more than 1,000 miles off of the Earth's surface. Simple as that. Without any type of alien discussion. Maybe there are people who have been abducted. Okay, but I don't want to get into that. I'm talking about what is publicly known. Humans have never been more than 1,000 miles off of the Earth's surface. And the reason why is because anywhere between 500 miles and 1,000 miles off the Earth's surface, the Van Allen radiation belts start. And the Van Allen radiation belts have been shown to be an immense amount of deadly radiation that would kill anybody with traditional shielding of a craft. That's what I'm saying.
I respectfully disagree.
How are you disagreeing?
Do you want my response?
Name, 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 name a person who's been farther than that.
No, I'm saying those people allegedly on the earth.
Okay, well then I'm basically arguing with someone who is going to accept the real the no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you're going to believe what what NASA tells you, that's fine. But
I didn't say I believe what they tell you. I say that it's not impossible to go through this.
okay, so guys, before I can wait. Less than an hour ago, you didn't even know about those four people. You know nothing about them. Less than an hour ago, you had no idea they even existed.
Less than an hour ago, I knew about the atmosphere. I knew about the now, but
Hold on. You did not know about those four people. I'm the one who taught you those things.
I already had my beliefs from my research until now that are not just incredibly elusive, dangerous things that
Right, right. This is the logic that you're presenting. I tell you that earlier this year, allegedly, four people went went around the moon. You said that happened. I said yes. You said okay. I didn't know that those were manned mission trips. I said yeah, it's four people. Less than an hour ago, you didn't even know these four people existed. So all of the information that you needed to verify that these four people actually did this happened within the last hour. You did not know these people existed. And before then, the only other people that are said to have done it go back to 1972. So if we just take the last hour back of your life, you think that the people Riser, Riser, Riser.
prior to knowing that those people were actually
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Aside from those four people, name one of the people who went past more than 1,000 miles outside the Earth's surface. Because you didn't even know about those four people an hour ago. I'm not counting them.
That's not what I asked.
You didn't even know they existed.
I didn't claim that I have a personal
Riser, Riser.
single person is crossed through the ground. That's not what I said.
Wait.
I'm saying that there's plenty of evidence to say that the ground belts are not real.
Riser, Riser,
example that you
Riser. You didn't even know what the Van Allen clubs were before you got here. You didn't even know about these four people going past the Van Allen
I
radio
heard of them.
station.
I definitely
You didn't. I remember teaching you about them in a toroid shape and showing them to you on an image. Okay, so you maybe have heard
do. So
of
you
them.
admit that they're toroid.
I always admit those guys. Yeah, absolutely. That's part of
So you
it.
can go through the folds. Can you go through the folds?
If you take off directly from the North Pole and directly from the South Pole, but we don't do that.
Or so you can't get through the Panama Belt and go through the city.
You can also do that if it's shooting. Now, these four people that you didn't know about an hour ago, aside from them, I said that no people have ever gotten more than 1,000 miles off the Earth's surface. Aside from these four people, that you're even doubting like the images that we're seeing, so it really doesn't have any credibility. And you couldn't name who they were before you looked it up. It's not a funny issue. It's very serious that you're using them as your evidence and you didn't even know they did this. We're going to put those people aside for right now. And I'm going to ask you, name someone's name who made it more than 1,000 miles off of Earth's surface. And the only people that you're going to be
You're injecting an argument that I'm not.
you're cutting me off. You're cutting me
I'm
off.
saying that humans are able, human spacecraft are able to go through it. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm asking you, aside from these four, name one who's done it.
Well, I can't prove any person has done it.
Wait, that's
When people have claimed to do it, I don't necessarily subscribe to believe.
okay, but you believe these.
Prove nobody can probably prove everything real or fake.
There are ways.
They can think that they can based on all the belief systems they use, but it's not on the ones and zeros rule.
And it's impossible to prove anything. You can get that. Okay. But what the argument you should be making then is, well, the Apollo astronauts. And I'm going to say to you, okay, watch astronauts gone wild again and watch these people.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, that is what you're saying. Riser, Riser,
That's not what I'm saying.
Riser.
I'm saying that the man ultimately non-spiritualized, whatever you're saying.
I'm not
That's
saying,
what I'm saying.
Riser.
I'm saying that the 1960s information is totally real. Let's accept for that. And the Van Allen votes are not independent.
Okay, so then let me just ask you this. How thick of a shield do you need to be able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt? You don't know. You don't know. Here's the thing. It's like a child talking to an expert on the subject. You don't know what the walls are made of the rockets. You don't know what kind of shielding that they have. You don't know.
Aluminum metal wall spacecraft are significant protection against the low energy particles around the middle. Electronics, while high energy particles can mass penetrate exposure electronics, causing difficult circuit breakers. Modern spacecraft use radiation violation to electronics capabilities. You don't need lead walls several feet thick to stop this radiation. Does that answer your question?
Then why is it when you take film and put it through just an X-ray machine at the airport, does it destroy the film? Yes, it does. That's why they say don't put film in the X-ray machine. The concerts, the people who took these pictures, that's all film. Right there. All I have to say to you is that it's a perfect argument. If you on Earth can take beautiful pictures of the Milky Way, beautiful pictures, why wouldn't you just use the same type of setting or adjust the settings to be able to do so for the space.
Dude, you're a smart guy, and I can't believe you don't see it.
Riser, I don't.
Think what I was saying earlier about photography.
You don't know enough about photography to be able to interpret any of that. You
You
don't.
don't either. Clearly, you don't think what's right with the ability to talk to stars.
You can take pictures of stars from Earth.
If you go and try to take a picture of someone on Earth, and then the sun behind that person, it's gonna totally fuck up the photo.
You can still see the person. You can still see the person.
It totally fucks it up.
No, it doesn't. You can change the settings to be able to make their face very clear. Yes, you can.
Still my mom every time she takes a photo, it's like, okay, I'm not gonna take it directly from the sun because that's only going to be the worst shitty photo in the history of the world.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Imagine your mom is on the Artemis 2, and the pictures that we see of Artemis 2, the one that we looked at with the planets in the background, there's no sun in that. There's no bright light in that. It's a dark picture. Even your mother could take a picture of you and be able to make it out. I
You're
am.
saying the one like you're on the dark side of the moon?
Yes, it's dark.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're on the dark side of the moon, and there's a giant light from the sun on the other side of the moon.
Then why? Wait. Then why doesn't it blur out the planet? If it's so bright, you're able to see planets that are really small perfectly.
That's what I was trying to do.
Wait,
Disagree that you should be questioned. I didn't say. I'm not claiming that photos are not good. I'm saying that the reality
you don't know enough about it, and I'm just going to say that right now.
I don't think. Okay, photographic film is actually hard to if you put a human inside of there, and put an X-ray scanner, they come out fine.
Okay, so then why wouldn't their film get ruined? You don't know that. You don't know that. It killed.
You don't know that either.
It killed. Yes, I do. It killed an animal, and it killed a chimp. I can tell you that. They have pictures of them. They have pictures of them coming back to Earth.
So the film didn't really know that.
Well, no, they have pictures. Would you let me finish? Hey, Riser, I'm not going to have this argument with you if you keep cutting me off, okay? We have pictures of the animal that's on the ground dead. We have pictures of the animals, of the people who have died in space, and they're burned corpses. I'm not saying that you have a picture of right when they died. I'm saying anything. Let's get back to the issue at hand. We have a picture. Let's not argue about the diplomatic aspects of the conflict. Just the picture that we saw with the planets. Why is it that you can see the planets very clearly, but you can't see any stars? I'll wait.
I'm the one who brought up that question. And I'm not saying that those numbers are realistic. I don't see that.
Okay.
I would love
I don't know.
Also, impartial enough to just look at the data presented and try to see both sides.
We're just looking at one picture.
You are coming from a biased perspective which is fine, where you just automatically get every. That's cool. I don't have that.
I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic. If you've lied to me multiple times on this issue, then of course I'm going to be a skeptic on it. Of course I'm not going to drink the Kool-Aid. Of course my senses are going to be heightened on this issue. Of course. It's like,
I'm not saying that it's bad. Yes, I respect the data.
right, so let's just look at the data of that one single picture that you brought up. Hey, if you want to say that you brought this issue up, that's fine. I'm the one who brought in that issue. Where are the stars? And that's still my question. Where are the stars? Where's a picture of a constellation? And you're saying, well, if the aperture is this way and the brightness and the way that my mom takes the camera, which really doesn't have anything to do with the way these pictures are presented. But if you want to use that kind of logic, that's fine. I don't want to insult you. Listen, if you can see the other planets that are there perfectly, why can't you see a star? Not one star.
I mean, that's the $1 million question.
Exactly. Okay. Wait. No. Wait. Just show me a picture from the Artemis craft of a constellation. That's all I'm asking.
Show you what?
A picture from the Artemis craft of a star.
I think I have a reason to stand in it. But a star is winning if you're light. A planet is not.
A planet is a reflection of this, and that's not a good argument. It's about
No, that makes it's one explanation that would be validated. That's just my theory.
your theory sucks. Okay, it's about the amount of light that's presented to the viewer. It's not about whether it's being emitted or whether it is being reflected. The moon doesn't emit light; it reflects light. It's still visible to the naked eye at night. You can still take pictures of the moon with a camera. Even though it is not emitting light, you can still take pictures of it. Same with the star. It's about the amount of light reflected or emitted or just observed by the viewer. Think about it. If you have a camera on Earth, you can take pictures of stars and you can take pictures of the moon. It would make sense if you were like, Rabbi, you can't take pictures of stars. But we can. People do every single day. So just do it.
Probably
You can see stars with a good enough telescope. Okay?
no, with your naked eye.
Right. This is, and you can't always. It depends on the situation. It depends where you are on Earth. It depends if it's clear sky. All of those things. Let me just ask you this. It's very simple. Very simple.
The reason you get this, the reason you can go to like Saturn and it's shine bright and it's still not the stars from that. It's actually different. So get this intrinsic brightness, which is the sun. Even though the blinding light of the sun is blocked out in the Pacific total solar eclipse, the camera settings were sensitive enough to switch pictures down to the stars.
Okay, so what?
Reflect back to the sunlight, and that's the closest to us becomes the giant scale of the light. Saturn and Mars are natural celestial bodies reflecting the correct light.
Right. Just ask it this question. Just ask it this question.
You read 20 minutes.
Just ask it this question. I'm asking. Riser, ask it this question. Ask it this question. Why is it that they don't take a picture of the constellation? The simple question. On Artemis, why didn't they take pictures of any of the constellations?
Now this is such a deflection answer. That is true. The last photograph constellation comprises astronauts and landed space travel has been occurring 10 years rather than each furthermore, taking identifiable pictures of constellations in a moving capsule is major technical challenges. Specific reasons include zero scientific means presumed to photograph stars. Two, spacecraft motion blurs the stars with long exposure and lack of tracking gear. Window reflections and distortions. Perception. Handheld deep diving and avoiding half-perfect constellations astronauts could take a few opportunistic low light shots in 54-minute space attempts in the pitch black shadow of the moon. When the commander utilizing basic camera against the window successfully captured a raw lighting shot of the thickest band of Milky Way galaxy.
Okay, where is that?
View print digital rendering of a historic low light photograph through specialized science and art platforms like Starburst Design. Now it seems to we know the exact types of lenses they brought to their cameras, and future missions might use telescopes to look directly on Venus.
And that's different too. That's the entire record. I'm just talking about a constellation. And why am I so specific about this? Because anyone could say, like, just take a bunch of pictures and say that's the Milky Way because it's so dense, it's difficult to be able to accurately um, define what it is. But a constellation has just a few stars in it, and we, like a skeptic, could go through and be like, the the this this star and this star are too close to each other in this picture, so they don't allow that kind of a picture to be taken. And like you said, it's a very deflecting answer to take, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not going to believe this stuff. You can believe it all that you want, though. It's kind of ridiculous to me that you didn't
I'm
know.
not saying that I believe it.
No, you didn't know who these people were for 2 hours ago. You didn't know who these four people were 2 hours ago. And now you're willing to believe that they went on this mission. Even though you did, you said these four people. No, you said I asked you name someone's name who has traveled more than 1,000 miles after Earth, and you said these four people. That's what you said.
Yeah, but you're talking about these images, and you never explained who investigated them.
Okay, and so this gives a lot of issues. If you so you're willing to think that they went around the moon or whatever, but they may have faked the images. Is that an argument that you're leaving out there?
If I mean, yeah, skeptical
You're,
is that the reason that you say
exactly.
constellation?
It's like you're married to someone, and they've cheated on you already. We have evidence of them cheating on you already. And they say that they were at the library And when you ask them for their evidence of the library, you see that the evidence that they provided has some inconsistencies in it. And you already have them lying to you in the past of going to the library. Yet this time, because you're good-hearted, you want to believe that they were at the library. I'm saying to you, they lied to you. We have evidence that they lied to you. And they're just lying to you again. You mean,
Yeah. I mean, I don't think what you're doing is really like operation. Now it's down to be subjective, but I think if you actually hang up your little cap of stubbornness and do research on Van Allen.
we're not talking about that. I'm not talking about. I don't want to hear the phrase Van Allen radiation belting because we aren't going to agree on that. We're talking about this subject.
Okay. Well,
I get that. And no, I get that. But it's just it's basically.
that fucking zoo product.
I know. I know. Let me ask you this. This is just a good question. They were in the blackness of behind the. Would you ask AI this question? I mean, I can do it, but I want you to read it yourself. They were in the darkness of the behind the Earth moon for 54 minutes. Why didn't one of them get their iPhone out and record during that time? Like, that would be great. 54 minutes behind the Earth? The only thing between these four people and all of the population of Earth is the moon? That's a really important point. Why wouldn't you just record that with the video? Is that not a good question?
Yeah, you know, it's the joke answer that I got when I asked it earlier, but I didn't explain it.
What is it?
This one made me like, I was like, wow, you can't be serious. Why didn't they screen the whole way? Streaming continuous high resolution video. And that is incredibly difficult, although it wasn't until 1960. The physics. I mean, that also is like this credit. The 2026 mission cannot stream fucking video to the moon. Like, how the fuck are they doing it?
Exactly.
When they're blaming it, which I know. It's very difficult, incredibly difficult to land within mission safety priorities.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, well, they're beautiful images, getting them back to life in real time. I mean, even it doesn't have to be a fucking screen. Just record a video. It's not like there's not like 256 gigabyte capture cards in every like camera since like the 2000s.
I agree. This is an excuse that they're giving.
Capturing perfect high quality photographs.
No one said that has to be perfect. No one said that has to be perfect. Literally, if they just.
Ryan's windows, the thin multi-red radiation naturally creates reflections in the field.
But I thought that one.
Camera on the outside.
Exactly. I thought that one guy was able to take a picture of the Milky Way though, with his iPhone or whatever that stupid thing is. It's available on some art website that nobody sees. My question to you is this, and this is, I'm going to ask this question because I don't want you to have to do all the work on it. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask, I mean, I'm the heavy hitter on this. I'm the main skeptic on it. And not just that, 50% of the population agrees with me. So I'm not a minority here. And the global population,
You're saying 50% of the population.
the global population, fewer than 50% believe we went to the moon.
On the Artemis 2 mission?
The global population reached the Apollo mission. Artemis 2, I don't know if there's been an upgrade. But here we go. Yo, on Artemis 2, there were people who were at the dark side of the moon for 54 minutes. Why didn't they take a video of them on the dark side of the moon? Even just within the capsule, showing what the human experience was like. In Artemis 2, I hate this that it was what happened. Um, if my story is at the maximum amount, it yeah, my phone does not do this, which is
I thought you do it all the time.
I do, but my soul doesn't always match that. So just one moment, I gotta delete this video. Um, and then I'll do that. Do I'm gonna restart myself. Are you from tug of war? Okay, where I was defending why the vote wrong. What's up, Tony? What's good? Okay. How can I help you, big man? Absolutely. Stay as long as you want. We're just talking about the Artemis 2 mission of NASA. Just one moment. In the Artemis 2 mission, why is it that the astronauts in the 54 minutes in the darkness behind the moon, why didn't they just take a recording of the time with like an iPhone or something and just record what life was like in the capsule? They absolutely could, and almost certainly did record things inside the spacecraft. The communications blackout behind the moon only means that it lost radio contact with Earth. It does not mean that the astronauts lost the ability to record video, audio, or telemetry. NASA's Orion spacecraft has onboard cameras and data storage systems specifically designed for this purpose. When communications resume, the stored information could be transmitted back to Earth. As for using an iPhone, there are a few reasons NASA generally avoids consumer devices. Certification and reliability. Everything flown on spacecraft undergoes extensive testing for vibration, radiation, fire safety, and electromagnetic compatibility. Mission priorities. During the roughly 40 to 41-minute blackout, the crew had scheduled tasks, observations, and procedures to perform rather than simply documenting daily life, because that's what's important. Existing equipment, Orion already carries cameras and recording systems integrated with the spacecraft, making it a separate for unnecessary data handling. NASA prioritizes mission data and crew communications, and onboard recordings can be stored and transmitted later. Okay. Your intuition is sound. There is no physical reason they couldn't record. What life is like to be captured during that time. The more interesting question is whether NASA will eventually release additional footage or audio from that period. Ryder, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, now hold on a second. In all of Artemis 2's time, it was gone like 10 days, right? April 11th to April 1st to April 11th. How much video is available to the public and how many pictures in total? Not including the splashdown. We're talking about being in space. How much total? Based on what NASA has publicly released so far, the amount of imagery available from the 10-day Artemis mission is surprisingly large. NASA and related archives have released about 12,000 still photographs taken during the mission that have been first views lunar side by side. I didn't see 12,000 on the website. Video, NASA published daily mission highlight videos, multiple live broadcasts from Orion, camera footage from inside the capsule, etc., etc. Okay. So if one adds together all publicly available mission streams, highlights, and onboard footage, there are about 20 hours of footage. So that's less than 1 day that they were actually recording. Isn't that questionable? I've been live for 10 days in a row. Do you know how many views I have of 10 days? About 25. That's 250 hours. More than that. In 10 days, it's 2,500 hours worth of video just for myself.
Yeah, I mean, they have cameras on the International Space Station that work just fine, apparently, except for 50% of the time that they fly.
Exactly.
But those are recordings they can do.
Exactly. So why is it that? So why is it that over the course of 10 days,
Like you have more damage recording live than the entire Artemis 2.
that's Riser, and that's what I'm saying.
Which is absurd.
It's absurd. It's absurd. And Riser, if they're gone for 10 days, I would expect 10 days of footage. Not less than 1 day of footage, which includes, all of them, like their perhaps from low Earth orbit videos, which I don't disagree can happen. And I would expect different angles. I am on different angles. Why is it that I'm on different angles, but I'm just a regular person? And if you go to the International Space Station, it's down right now. Like, of anything that should be recording constantly well, it's that. It's just, it raises a lot of questions. And so I'm gonna be like really specific with this. So isn't it kind of a joke that this was a mission for 10 days and fewer than 1 day of footage has been released? That's a joke, especially considering the International Space Station, when that stream works, it's working 24 hours a day. I think it's a fair point to say.
Not even recording. Like,
Wait, that's what happened with Apollo 12. Apollo 12, they said they lost all the footage, and they didn't.
So should we be extra cautious of
That's exactly right. And so even when I go to normal ChatGPT and don't ask for steel manning and stuff, they say, I think it's fair to say many people expected more. A 10-day mission contains 240 hours. Even if NASA had released over 12,000 photos and more than 20 hours of video, that means the public has seen less than 10% of the mission in moving images. Compared to the International Space Station, which often has continuous live streams and multiple cameras running around the clock, Artemis 2 can feel sparse. The International Space Station benefits from near constant communication from relay satellites and has a mature media infrastructure built up over decades. Artemis 2 was a relatively short deep space mission, and its communication system prioritized spacecraft operations and data transmission rather than continuous public broadcasting. That said, many observers have made the same criticism. Discussions on Reddit and elsewhere repeatedly ask why there are not hours and hours of window footage, capsule footage, and informal videos, especially considering that the crew had modern cameras and even reportedly carried an iPhone 17. So even like when they're like, NASA doesn't allow the iPhone in the craft. Apparently, these guys brought it. Whether it is a joke is subjective. One perspective is, from an engineering standpoint, Artemis 2 was a tremendous success. From a public engagement standpoint, expectations in 2026 are much higher than they were during Apollo. Given today's storage capabilities and cameras, many people reasonably expect something closer to a 24/7 documentary record similar to ISS. And so, what do you want to know? Let me just say what I think. These four people are actors. That is not me making this. Let's go to this. They have IMDb pages. Okay, so did the Artemis 4 crew, don't they have IMDb pages? And were any of them actors at any point? Yes, all four Artemis 2 astronauts have IMDb entries, but they are because of the appearances of themselves on television documentaries, not because they were professional actors. Hold on. One of them had something. Uh, that's okay though. Right, so and here's another good question. Look, I'll just put this out there. Um, considering that like YouTube and streamers have prioritized people like Mr. Beast and PewDiePie and just influencers are pushed on the American psyche or just the global psyche so much, why is it that these four astronauts who allegedly completed something, they've gone further into space than any people ever, are relatively unknown? Why isn't it that they aren't on the news with sit-down interviews talking about what they saw, with documentaries, 2-hour documentaries? That's exactly right. Right, so if I went to the moon, the first thing that I'm going to do, like even when I do a podcast, you hear me do a debriefing to my stream and talk about what I felt, how I could have been better, all of that kind of stuff. Why don't they make that public? Because they didn't go past the gun and they went into low Earth orbit just like the Apollo mission, so that it shows them floating, and they can do some, uh, they can do some, uh, they can do some experiments. Camera tricks, exactly. And NASA realized when they did this previously, it raised questions and they actually got caught. That's where that hidden footage is that Mark Trudell had of them repeating the shot like for 50 minutes until they got it down correctly. Now, guys, if we could, um, all of the arguments that we had, or debates or whatever, were not even the point that I was trying to make. I wanted a clear picture of Earth where the continents can be easily made out. So it doesn't look like just like a random brown image. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's go to NASA Delta, Artemis 2. Okay. Artemis 2 multimedia. Are you there? Well, I'm just saying that I can't find a picture. You know how NASA says they released 12,000 images? Why aren't there 12,000 images on this website? I see 11 images from the return to Earth, 86 images from the flyby gallery, 45 images. Exactly. Exactly. And you know how they said they have all this video footage or whatever, 20 hours of it? That's not available on the website, right? Don't assume. We're on Artemis 2 multimedia, and they have 17 videos that are available. That's it. Now, let's look at one of the videos. How long it is. How long is the video? Okay, I'm on one of the videos. Orion camera orbit of Artemis 2 trying to orbit. But this isn't low Earth orbit. This is what I think happened. And it's 2 minutes long. That's a good question. That's a good question. Um, no. No, this is all in low Earth orbit. All the videos are low Earth orbit. I agree. And you know what's even crazier? They say, let me make sure I got this correct. They say that there are, would you please go, I know you don't want to, but they say there are 16 videos available, and I only see 2. And they're both in low Earth orbit. Go to NASA.gov, please. Artemis-2-multimedia. Will you please let me know when you're on Artemis 2 multimedia? Take your time. Take your time. That's okay. Take your time, and we don't we don't have to go into this anymore because you know I'm passionate by it. You've never heard me get as mad or angry or upset or whatever you want to consider it, just in passion. In any conversation that we have, you can sit here and tell me I lost and shit my face and all that kind of stuff. I can take that, but you can't insult my intelligence when yes, yes. So click on that, and I only see 2 videos. Maybe I'm missing something. I see one at the bottom right, the last, that's one, and then go to 2, and then there's just one video. Okay, okay. So then,
my computer and the computer. So these are all stones throw to
hold on a second.
it seems like
Hold on a second.
like day 3. Like 1 minute and 21 seconds. Like, wow, the frame rate of this video is like literally a frame a second. Like that video, you can't see anything at all. Like literally, it's not even. It's just 1 frame a second. Let's see if this 20-second video. Videos are all so cool.
Someone who, in their own ways, they show nothing. They show nothing. And I'm glad you went to that page too, because at least on their website it doesn't, it's not formatted correctly, so they can't even get a website correct. I'm not going to blame them for that, but they say that they release 20 hours of video. They have
Every video is 30 seconds less.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then even when it says Artemis 2 Lunar Flyby, they have no videos of that. Now, isn't it interesting that they have in their astronauts gallery, they have hundreds of images of it. Who gives a shit about these people sitting around smiling at Cape Canaveral in Florida? Who cares about that? On their
Looking at the mission control center. They're like random holograms everywhere.
Right, and that's something that was brought up during the Apollo missions. That head of NASA was asked this question before he before he resigned, right before the mission, and that was, could the people in mission control tell anything aside from what was on their computer screens? And it was no. And so the question was, so you could just basically manipulate the question arose eventually. So you could manipulate what they were seeing on their computer screens, and they would know no different. And the answer is yes. And they get these really great, what do you call it, public relations videos when they say they may have touchdown or whatever, and everybody jumps up and screams and hugs. But that literally could just be information being fed from the computer.
Oh yeah.
Look at, okay, do you know where the Artemis 2 Lunar Flyby Gallery is? Actually, Artemis 2 Journey to the Moon Gallery That's the one with 45 images and 16 videos. Right below that one, Artemis 2 Journey to the Moon Gallery. It said 46 images, 16 videos. Okay, let's look at a picture of Earth where you can see a continent. Okay, so do you see the second picture? The first one just looks like a crest, like, I don't know. But the second one is like a picture of the moon on the right, or a picture of Earth on the right, with all kinds of clouds on it. Do you see that? So if you click on it, it says Earth in view. Earth is illuminated against the blackness of space in a photo taken by Artemis 2 through a Orion spacecraft image. Okay, I'm looking at it, but I don't know where on Earth it is. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's not how Earth is shaped. And even if it were, we could go to the Doppler data on Earth of that day and know where the weather systems were and see if that is accurate. And look how big all of those like clouds are. They're like thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles long. They're huge, or at least thousands of miles long. Like the United States does not get cloud cover from California to New York. The whole thing ever. There are breakups in it. You know what I mean? Canada does not get one big cloud from. You get what I'm saying. Right. And I don't remember saying to you in April, hey, did you look outside and see the giant cloud that's over like a third of the earth right now? No. It was sunny skies and like, but even still, even without the cloud, tell me where there's any. Wait. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna look at it. Which one? Yes, hold on. What continent is that? It looks like it could be Africa. It looks like it could be Australia. Wait, but you don't know. And that's what I'm saying. That's another good point. Now, if it were Africa, exactly. Oh, so you're thinking this is Africa, but like kind of upside down. Do you see at the very bottom left corner? It looks like what could be Spain and Gibraltar, like. Which is questionable because people don't have lights on during the day. Only at night. And even still, there aren't cities in that region. In like not like big amounts of cities. Right, exactly. And riser, even if that were Africa, then you'd be able to see North and South America on the right side of that image. They're gone. There's nothing there.
Yeah, no, I think the popular like game in Morocco and like that little
I agree. But then where in North and South America? And where's the bottom part? Like, where's Southern Africa? Southern Africa gets cut off by some clouds and then disappears.
yeah, no, it's just it looks like the ocean there is the entire like of the
Exactly. And even still,
You're also seeing oh wait, here's you see like the aurora borealis and you see other lights of that does not stay on expected, it doesn't stay on. So if you notice that a little bit to the left that is
we don't know that. That could be a reflection from. I mean, this is a. But what there's the same. It does not, and there would be Southern Lights as well. If it's at the southern, like it would be the same way. It's either this is a manipulated part. And notice they don't say in the picture. This isn't. This doesn't make any sense. They call that a nighttime picture of Earth. That's what I'm saying. That's where are the southern northern lights?
I only noticed it when I turned it upside down so you can see the little green line that's on the opposite side. And it definitely does look like Spain, but
Here's a question. They say this picture was taken at night. Then why can I see Africa like bright as day? It says in the thing, this nighttime picture of Earth was taken on April 2nd, 2026. That looks like it's the brightest daylight picture I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, it depends on where you, I mean, it's probably like what time zone are they claiming these photos taken from? I guess the time zone that's supposedly like the east part or the west part of Africa.
If it's a nighttime picture,
I don't know. That's pretty much science.
no, it's not. No, it's not. Think about it.
There's also just like a giant, like random yellow blob
In the middle of the, yeah, I see that.
which is like, what the fuck is that?
Exactly. Is that a
You would not look out from space to see a giant yellow blob. It's like bigger than a fucking cigarette.
That's true. That's true. And do you realize we're looking at the same picture? This is half of the Earth, right? We're looking at half of the Earth, 50% of the Earth, right? That means on the other side of this picture, we have to have we'd have to have Antarctica. We'd have to have all of Asia. We'd have to have all of Europe except for Spain. We'd have to have North and South America. We'd have to have Australia, all on the other side of the Earth. That's not how the Earth is. The Earth is the, doesn't like basically
Yeah,
there.
no, Africa, this is way up.
Exactly. There's no view.
Wait, no, okay, that might be because of like a map, like the way that they draw maps distorts it.
Guys, there's no view where you're looking at, okay, we can do this. We can do this. Google Earth allows. I don't have to download it, but just Google Earth. I suppose they have an online version. We can prove it. Google Earth. If we're just going to look at the globe, I don't want to have to download it. Okay, a virtual globe is all we need. A virtual globe. And we just need to turn the globe to see at any point. You can only see Africa and none of the other, um, and none of the other. Okay, I found it. Riser. Go to earth3dmap.com. In no view can you just see it. Yeah. In no view, give it a second to load. In no view, in no view do you only see Africa without South America and Europe. You still see South America. You still see South America.
I feel like there is a screen on the left side.
No, that's not a planet. That's not, you would see land. You don't see land. You would see land just like you see in Africa or Spain or whatever that is. And frankly, we don't even know this is Africa. So, well, we don't necessarily know it. We're assuming that it is.
The shape and the intersection of the land on the side.
No, I get that. I'm the one who, I believe, said it was Africa. Okay, now here's another point of interest. Look at Africa's coast, and now look at that picture.
That's a good point.
Africa's coast doesn't really have those jaggedness that that picture has.
No, it kind of does.
To some extent, but not enough for me to absolutely identify that as Africa. Now let's look at Spain.
Sorry, they followed the introduction. In my opinion.
Okay,
There should be islands on the coast of that part of it. And it's not visible in this photo. They might be good.
okay. Here's a great question. Where is the bottom half of it? So in the upper part. Look, here's the question. Where's South America?
That's what I.
Exactly. Where's South America? Where's North America?
I see an outline of South America, but it's like
Covered by a 5,000 mile cloud?
yeah, there's a shitload of blue where South America should be.
That's what I'm saying.
Like they're stepping straight into blue.
Exactly. So it's just a question that I have that like even they can't get the pictures of Earth well, and that's like like that's
They want to look at giant fucking cloud
exactly exactly.
that's like covering half the world.
And if
Like larger than any other
that's
cloud.
that's exactly right. Um, if we go to Earth's Doppler radar right now,
Alright, there's some more Earth.
yeah, but you can't make out anything of those things. I saw them.
If you scroll down, you'll notice
Okay,
giant ass cloud.
giant ass cloud is exactly right, and that's a really great way to be able to hide your stuff. Um, if we go to, I'm gonna look for current radar. Okay,
Yeah, there's one where I'm just like trying to identify what continent, and it seems like I don't have a guess for what this one is. I guess it would have to be Australia. So it's giant. Let me see.
can can can
Yeah,
you
yeah, that would be Australia.
can you go to wunderground.com?
Where are you now?
Does it just show you a map of the United States? Okay, does it show you Canada?
Just find a soccer headline.
Um,
World Cup is to be maintained with FIFA festival.
yeah, maybe there's a thing. Oh yeah, apologies. Okay, W underground /maps /radar
Is that it?
/current CURRENT. So it's W underground /maps /maps /radar /current.
Yeah.
Does it, what's it show you on that?
Current radar W sorry WU current radar broadcast radar
Okay,
satellite
hold on.
images.
You went to wunderground.com /maps /radar /current, right?
Yeah, I just redirected me to that and there's a bunch of different maps here. There's satellite,
How,
there's
how did you spell how did you
underground,
spell current?
CURRENT.
Yeah. So okay, I'll go to maps. Or just do maps and radar. Let's see what happens there. Okay, perfect. wunderground.com /maps. Oh, it takes me to maps. Okay. So it says maps catalog. Do you see it says radar?
Yeah.
Even in like a stormy day, does it show you the United States?
Yeah.
Even in a really stormy day, like there's not that much cloud cover.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they included a photo of the United States.
From satellite.
Yeah, yeah, from the mission. I mean, they don't even include the time zone.
That's a great point. And they don't.
Like, give us the timestamp, but I mean, you could still go through the 24-hour period and be like, is there a giant fucking cloud just south of Australia covering like all of like is Australia just surrounded by giant ass clouds that entire way? on April 4th, 2024.
Exactly. And they don't want you to know who. They don't want you to know where they took this picture. Like, good photographers geolocate where they took the picture from, and what time of day it was, and the equipment that they use. Like, if you go to Flickr right now, like where like a photography website, that's what photographers do. So anyway, there's no need to argue about it anymore. You can certainly have your opinion. I can have mine. But you should just recognize that for a skeptic out there who's already been lied to multiple times, you fool me once, shame on me. Or pardon me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They tried to fool me during the Apollo mission.
How do you say that they
It's an excellent question. That's what they do. They'll say,
and the video is like the video the whole thing.
exactly. You have live streamers who do
We
this.
have more angles
That's right.
fucking space mission.
That's exactly right. And that's what I'm saying. I know what I go through for my streaming project, and I know I want to capture as much of my life as possible, and that's why I have so many cameras, because, like, generally, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I don't have anything to hide. I know that when I go viral, everybody will be able to reverse engineer all my passwords and what's in my bank account and every friend I've ever had. You know what I mean? Like, I know that. I accept that. I accept that I'm imperfect. They'll be able to watch what my fingers type on a computer and be able to get into my account. Not only that, but on my live streams and on my camera, I've like gone up to the ATM and shown what's in my bank account. Here's the thing, I go viral, they can have that account, I can care less. I'll have more money than I know what to do with some super secret, not necessarily secret, but like some super secure bank account. You get what I'm saying? So you can have what's in my bank account, you can have the whole account, it doesn't matter to me. Just like my Gmail account. I go viral, Google's gonna know every computer that I have, and they're gonna know where I am, and they're not gonna let people outside the trusted devices be able to use my account. And even if they did, what are they gonna do? Email somebody on my behalf? I mean, everything I do is live stream. People will be like, "You didn't send that email; it's live stream." So, but what I'm saying is, from my perspective, from my perspective, I'm doing everything I can to show what a human life is like just here on Earth. You're doing it from space. And just right there, in the amount of time that we've been having this conversation, an hour or two, I've produced more recorded data than their entire mission over 10 days. Way more. I'm live on, not even including the different platforms, just on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally like a 5-year-old could do it. You watch them record around the room with a video camera without any historical moments on which to be able to do like, what?
Yes, exactly.
It's like the most obvious.
And they just,
Makes no sense.
it doesn't make any sense. They allegedly took an iPhone 17. Where are the pictures from that? Where's the video from that? Like, these people will take 1,000 selfies on the ground, but you're telling me that you wouldn't take a selfie in front of the window with the moon behind you? Like, that's a perfect question. Why isn't there a single selfie? Like, Riser, if I were, let's say my computer were the moon or like the window, you don't think I'm gonna take my phone out and do a selfie like this? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know that I asked that.
And exactly. And they say that it's not part of their mission. Well, when is there going to be a mission to take a picture of a constellation? But when is there going to be a mission to take a selfie with the moon in the background? What did they study? That's the big question. What did they study if they didn't study that kind of stuff? And how accurately did they document it if they only have less than 20 hours of footage? There are all other kinds of questions that come into play here. When they're on the other side of the moon, they have no connectivity to the Earth. It's a dark period because you can't transmit through the moon. So wouldn't you think this would be like a really scary time? That they'd be like, look, let's start the iPhone up, like in case we die or something, let's just have this recorded. And if anything, they haven't done an interview where they sit down with the nightly news and they're like, so what was it like being on the other side of the moon? I've never heard of these people in my entire life, and unless NASA will do a documentary 5 years from now and put something out about them. But you get what I'm saying? A sit down interview where someone is like, what were you thinking when you were on the other side of the moon and you had no contact with the Earth? Weren't you scared?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Exactly. They didn't take a selfie with the dark. You have the dark side of the moon.
Like someone going to like Atlanta.
Exactly.
And like they put their
Right. And everybody's like, oh, okay. Exactly. That's a perfect, a really good analogy, right? I want to say, as someone who loves analogies, that's really good. It's like they went to Atlanta and they had Poseidon in the background and they didn't take a selfie with him. Or whatever you want to say. No trident. Nothing. And they had an iPhone with them. It wasn't like, oh, dude, we forgot the camera. No, we had a camera. Did you use it? No, we just brought it. Why did you just bring a camera? Why would you? Do you know, Riser, that when they're going to space, like every ounce is really important to be able to calculate for their fuel and payload and stuff? And let me just look up.
They should also have done using that iPhone. The iPhone will just and they have a fucking. I think this could easily be. Maybe there's some other they should have like been live streaming like a video or something like you're near the fucking moon.
That's it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I don't know if they do. I don't know. I don't know if they do this. This is how I see it. Every holiday season, NORAD, the North American like defense system, does a Santa Claus tracking, and they put it. They're serious about it. That they're tracking Santa Claus, and you can call in. Have you ever heard of this or not? Or am I beyond the
I
mind?
used to, yeah. Growing up at Christmas time, when I had to track Santa.
Exactly. And so they track Santa on a map. Why didn't they track Artemis 2. I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? That this is an absolute joke. It's like the government admits that they lie to people with this NORAD tracking Santa. And they have been since before the Apollo mission. This goes back to 1955. And everybody's okay with it. I'm not. I don't think that's right. I would shut that program down day one. That's a stupid ass thing. We need to look at things from a scientific perspective. We shouldn't be spending resources, even on a website that does this. Any type of disinformation campaign against the American people or the people of the world, to me, should be shut down. That's not something that I would. In a free and open society, secrecy is repugnant. That's to quote John F. Kennedy. But anyway, so you can believe whatever you want on this, but you can see why I'm a skeptic. When there are 7,000-mile clouds, and they say they put out 20 hours of footage, which is still not that much. I put out. Exactly. That's exactly it. So, you can see why I'm a skeptic. And are you on the website right now? No, you're not. Name one of the people who allegedly is on the dark side of the moon, or has seen the dark side of the moon. You can't name them. These people should be rock stars. They should be bigger than any influencer ever. But you see, if they make them into rock stars, people will ask questions. So they don't. In all of, and this isn't like, yeah, they absolutely did. They absolutely did because people ask questions. And then you get something like Astronauts Gone Wild, where you don't have NASA and you don't have the CIA in the middle. You have some random guy, Bart Cabell, who, in my opinion, is an absolute hero, even though some people think that he's kooky, to go up and have the courage to go up to these guys and to sit them down as well and be like, so tell us what it was like. And they're like, oh, well, they're describing it the way that I would describe it, and I've never been there. I was like, well, we went up in the rocket, and the temperature was like, I don't know, just like room temperature, I guess. Like, there's nothing specific about this. And then they're like, oh, did you go through the Van Allen radiation belts? And they're like, well, I don't think we did go through the Van Allen radiation belts. And it's like, here is official NASA arguments. Well, you know what, right there? That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And Riser, you want to know something? Actually, I don't want to get into the Van Allen radiation belt topic with you too much, but there is NASA. No. NASA admits that the Van Allen radiation belts were once deadlier than once thought. They admitted this a couple years ago. So, for you not to think that there's that's true. I don't want to get into it, but that's
if you just try to live there, like enjoy,
I mean, goodness, I really don't want to get into this discussion because I'm passionate about it, and it would end up making me say, you have to watch Astronauts Gone Wild, and a funny thing happened later in the movie. I know you did. Okay, let's.
I try to find
Okay, Van Allen radiation belt's deadliness. Would you would you please go? This is NASA saying this. You don't really ever get them talking about it. No, 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 not you, not you, not you. No, 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 no. What I'm saying, apologies. Can you please type in YouTube? Yeah, I did, and I didn't like the way that he was like. And of course, this happened because it's impossible to fake that. No, it's not.
I didn't like that part either, but I'm just listening to what he's saying about the Van Allen belt.
Please go to NASA's Van Allen belt. NASA type into YouTube NASA's Van Allen radiation belt charade. Now this is from 9 years ago, but this is NASA talking about it, and they never ever put something out. Let me know when you, let me know when
This
you
is
two,
in that
two, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna put the anything to it. So let me know when you hit play.
will you finish watching the video that I was trying to play?
Oh, sure, go ahead. Sure. Yep. Well, didn't they already do that 20, 50 years ago? One last thing. Okay, so let me just ask you this. Do you think that the 60s one was bullshit? Okay, perfect. Perhaps. So if they were, so right, if they lied before, what makes us think that they would stop lying? The political incentive to continue to lie. You put up Artemis 2 in the middle of a huge controversy involving the president being involved in an underage sex um, scandal that involved espionage and uh, the future of the of the entire earth, and then get involved in or you get involved in a war and do Artemis. This is um, this is covered so that people don't talk about that kind of stuff. But you wanted me to watch something. I did not like the cockiness of that person who said it's impossible to fix this. Nothing is impossible. So I'm already like a doubter of this. But show me whatever you want.
be a holiday to spend a few hours around this silly square stuff. There was a time where my car was getting spacecraft causing problems. There was usually not stuff they also get getting radioactive plastics. It doesn't matter how fast they get your radioactive particles out of the on any point. So the real danger that comes with it, also just spending a long time in them. If we all eventually spend several days or weeks inside the elements, then they would have a problem. As my satellites keep shooting from them, they don't usually change orbits, they mostly stay at the same altitude. So some satellites are just constantly exposed to those, and even though particles are so rare enough, it eventually adds up over years. That being said, the density of particles is always if there's a slow spectrum of the sun will shoot above the particles over and then over the lens. There's a maximum 40 years for a short period of time, like for a few days. In 2013, Stephen Hawking used to temporarily observe particles near us for weeks. So all in all, the elements are harmless. There's no strong radiation, but there's so little of it that doesn't matter, as long as you're quick and you pass through what you know is required. There are only two scenarios where the van elements actually become dangerous. During the Mars solar eclipse, they build up a level of particles, however, it's not much enough time. Other than that, they're mostly safe. For physical, Jupiter has that evil. Jupiter's radiation belts are far more extensive than those of the actual closest ones. The van elements around Earth are the annoying, but Jupiter is another story. Jupiter's moon Io is right in the middle of a large radiation belt, and it's so massively irradiated that even first day on Io is going to be dead in a matter of hours, and Europa a matter of days. Jupiter's radiation belts are so strong that Io almost won't hit the average object in the solar system before its atmosphere shears away. Okay, yes, it gets a little bit of atmospheres, and the reason Io is fairly safe to go Jupiter gets rid of its atmosphere faster than before. There are weird cases that none of us would prefer to than Jupiter. Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are also known for most radiation belts in the known, though all of them significantly weaker than Mercury's. Mercury might be the closest small temporary ones, and we know that Venus and Mars don't have them at all. The Bravo LSR J1845 looks like 259 or so, and there have been some hints of magnetic fields around some exoplanets. Most interestingly, the Venus type exoplanet lies in Saturn. Radiation belts are everywhere. They can range from annoying to outright deadly. So now that we know what radiation belts are, the question now is how do we get rid of them? Earth's been on the most despite being pretty tame compared to the other planets, are still a pain for space exploration. Apollo 19 is struggling with the really least dangerous parts of it. Satellites need shielding now we've already mentioned. All of this adds risk, complexity, and cost to our space missions. We can't do the science we want to do around Jupiter because its radiation belts are so strong they fry our senses. Juno has to keep a highly specific orbit around Jupiter just to avoid them, and Pioneer 10 is being stopped orbiting with a radiation belt 10 times stronger than predicted. Maybe that's just how we get rid of them. And there actually are several proposals for draining the van out of the particles and making space around Earth and other planets more safer.
I have a question.
In 2002, the high voltage orbit.
How do we know when there's going to be a space storm or whatever? Like this guy's like, oh, these are the Van Allen radiation belts are only deadly when there's a space storm or whatever. They're only dangerous when there's a space storm. How do we know when there's going to be a space storm? Like this thing was planned with order. It's not a perfect pattern though. The sun is random.
Yeah, so maybe, yeah, there may be probability of that happening.
So
The probability was 80% chance that it may not have gone. There was like a 1% chance, and that's it.
wait, so are you admitting that the Van Allen radiation belts during the solar storm would kill someone? You don't know. Let's just do it.
Yeah, he said in the video that probably not it. I don't know. I don't think it's still being considered for if you were planning on yeah, right. Especially since you're not going to take the trajectory of the land you're going to take
You don't know. The answer to that is I don't know.
I mean, I'm Steve. I haven't ever searched it up, so yeah, I'm not saying
There you go. That's all you have to say. I don't
fine.
know. That's fine.
I don't know about disprove or whatever.
All you have to do is just say I don't know, and that's fine. No
Yeah,
big deal.
I don't know how to predict solar storm or if they do predict them. What definition of that?
No, not just that. That if a solar storm did take place, would it kill everything?
Yes, the solar storm could potentially deliver projected radiation from the sun itself into the greenhouse gas effect and accelerated storms building up the sky. Without a condition limit to future circumstances, such as how hazardous the mass demonstration, as astronauts traveling through them take over their mission, the greenhouse gas must carefully plot its trajectory to extend over the troposphere time in the regions of highest density, and combined with the shielding the radiation just received is similar to taking a theoretical solar storm. When a major solar storm or solar cosmic event occurs, the sun erects a massive wave of angelic photons and ions. These storm middles, their symptoms conduct Earth's magnetic field dramatically swell the angelic above, or even create temporarily additional turbulence effects. The hazard, a combination of increased solar radiation hitting the spacecraft and already trapped high energy, high physical voltage, deeply hostile environment. An unshielded or lightly shielded person trapped in this environment for an extended period could absorb a lethal dose of radiation in a matter of hours or days. The danger is limited. Agencies do not blindly travel through the radiation belts of the solar storm. Space weather tracking organizations like NASA and NOAA closely monitor the sun. Manned space flights are often scheduled or delayed based on solar activity forecasts to avoid transits during hazardous storms. Spacecraft shielding shields. So apparently they do like release harmful frequency. Does that answer your question?
I don't know the system that predicts sun storms and how much accuracy will they have. And as I understand,
I mean, we can't predict the weather on Earth accurately, and the weatherman is like, it's gonna rain, and it's like sunny half the time.
that's a great point. So they're taking these people's lives at risk whenever there's a solar storm with less accuracy than they have whether it's going to be a sunny day.
I mean, we don't know whether predicting radiation is more or less difficult than predicting weather on Earth, but if it is equivalent to predicting weather on Earth, then it's probably just unknown.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
When
like,
you look,
and wouldn't it be a
this is
great
a
question?
question for
Wouldn't it be a great question to ask the astronauts? Weren't you scared when you went through the Van Allen radiation belts, even if you don't think that they're dangerous, which I disagree with, that at any time there could have been a storm that could have killed you? We never heard anybody talk about that. I don't know. There's so much
I have a
propaganda.
question for you.
Go ahead.
When you look at a sphere head on, what percentage of the sphere's surface are you able to see?
50 Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you hear the question?
Yeah, 50%.
You're guessing 50%.
Yeah.
The answer is, no, because a spear disturbs the edges of your field of view, fade away into the distance. Simplistically, geometrically, we can only ever see exactly up to the 50% mark if you're an infinite distance away. At a finite distance, the visible portion is mathematically calculated as 1/2 density 1 minus radius over diameter of the sphere's surface, where higher the radius improves the distance from the sphere's center. So you're approximately
Done. Okay.
it's close to 50%, but not technically correct.
Okay, but
Because
not.
the edges fade into it. But it's close.
So what do you percent?
Yeah, and that means that 50% is not good.
Nothing is accurate. I mean, it's very close. If you wanted me to get into that, I could. I would just give you a simple answer for what I figured. It's a simple question, but that's fine.
Let me finish the video before let me finish.
But I don't like to say something.
So we're talking about
Jupiter.
technology now that will basically get rid of the I don't know how I can make up your analogy without destroying them. That's the answer that we talked about.
That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. The Van Allen radiation belt prevents Earth from being exposed to huge amounts of radiation. It's the reason why we have the aurora borealis and the one in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, no, I don't think you should cancel it for
Yeah, but the fact that this guy,
space factor. No, I think no, but here's the thing, like shooting two different ways, and you can't send any equipment there because of the radiation. We don't care about Jupiter's radiation belts.
I think we do. We don't want to disturb that planet in its natural environment.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad. But I think it's interesting the extent that you can influence the belts.
Who is that? Who's speaking? He sounds cocky and unintelligent. Who is that? What?
Don't send it.
I don't want it. Don't send it to me. I don't want that in my inbox. Who is that? Well, who's he from? Who's he from? Just tell me.
What do you want to know?
What's his name? Who's he from? What are his credentials? That's all.
Where's he from?
Yeah.
YouTube channel can't hide.
Okay, so it's just some YouTuber. Get out of here with that. My guy he worked for NASA. I can tell you his name. I can tell you what mission he was on. That guy is just some YouTuber, and frankly, I have more knowledge of the space program than that guy has, perhaps, and I'm not an expert. Is it, did he work for NASA? Did he work? It is a course, sir.
You don't believe anything NASA says.
I know, but at least I can hold them to the fire when they say that the Van radiation belts are dangerous. This guy says that the way that he said that it's obvious that we went, that it's impossible to fake. You shut me off to him. I don't want to listen to this guy anymore because I know that it's not. And you know it's not.
Because you're scared.
No, it's just like, okay, okay, so are we sharing now just random YouTube videos with each other of anybody who created? Because if we can, I have a huge amount of them. The ones that I share are at least people who are contractors of NASA or work for NASA or are documenting direct long-term contributing viewpoints on this subject. This guy is just a YouTuber who is very cocky, and I can't.
Okay, well, do you have any scientific data to oppose that?
Yes.
About the heat? Okay, let's start with the heat.
Wait.
35,000 and everything instantly going on. Did you not say that?
35,000 degrees. What are you talking about? When did I say that?
You told me when you were first talking about the belts, you were like, oh yeah, no, 35,000 degrees. It's impossible to go through anything.
No,
That's what he said.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
35,000 miles, not degrees. 35,000 degrees.
No, I swear to God, you said
Riser. You're saying with absolute certainty in a conversation that we had more than a year ago on this topic. And I don't say everything just incinerates. I don't think that. If you think that, that's wrong. That's not what I think.
no, you were saying that the extreme temperatures,
It's not extreme temperatures. It's the extreme radiation. It's the extreme radiation.
So you're changing what you said.
Riser, you can't do this. You can't say more than a year ago. I think I remember that you said this when, frankly, you didn't even know that 4 people had been on the backside of the moon. Okay.
The radiation is too bad. He's claiming that the radiation is extremely harsh and therefore you can travel through it. You can stay there, but you might instantly kill a monkey or a banana or whatever.
Yes, it will if there's a solar storm.
So now you're using a solar storm.
No, no,
Backup argument.
no, it's not a backup argument. My primary argument.
Really? No, we're not talking about solar storm. We're talking about regular economics. You're already going to solar storm over.
No, I'm saying that he admits that a solar storm can kill you. So to say that they're not dangerous at all
He
is
didn't say that. He didn't say that they're not dangerous at all. He didn't say that they would kill you. But they would still kill you.
I'm saying that he's just some YouTuber. He is just a parrot.
And you're just some sweetheart.
That's true. I'm referencing though at least what has been published in journals from NASA. He's not. He's just. He said literally, it's impossible for us to have to have um, to have fake news. What if I'm the duck? I'm the duck. I'm in the middle of something right now, big duck. I hope you're doing well. Okay, right. So I'm not gonna get into it anymore, especially with that guy. Nothing like that.
Like, why was that guy?
Not on the duck. Not on the duck. No, with that guy. With that But then what I'm gonna do is say to you, then explain to me why the Apollo astronauts. One of them said that he didn't go through the Van Allen radiation test. The other one said that he did, and that NASA itself says
This is super disgusting. They just completely separate arguments. We're not talking about whether that mission was real or fake. We're talking about whether it's possible to go through Van Allen. You agree with those are two completely different things.
with adequate shielding,
You're trying to use the Apollo mission
because those are the only people who've ever.
your stance on how it's possible to go through the Van Allen.
Because prior to 2 months ago, those are the only people who ever have allegedly done it. That's the only evidence that we do have.
Communicating like data on, like you sent me that the Ryan video in NASA saying they're sending equipment out into space to gather data on the radiation flow. So we have data that is scientifically whatever registered that we can study the true substance of the radiation. I understand that yes, it's a talking about humans traveling to the moon and the mission or they're streaming and there's huge photos of clouds covering half the world. I get that there's only for humans going to them, there's very limited stories. But I'm sure that's a lot of data and slowly collected information that you get on this and stuff. That it doesn't require human knowledge.
The only evidence that we have of people doing it are one that you even say is bullshit, and then the one that happened within the last 3 months that 2 hours ago you didn't even know took place. So I'm saying you're not the best person to give the evidence on this. You're not well.
I'm not saying, am I the one saying that it's my data? No. I'm telling you to go look up the data and I'll find it on actual density of radiation. I'm almost, like if there's like a policy bet or like a bond market bet on whether the Van Allen belt of radiation is too lethal to pass through, I would strongly bet on no.
Okay.
But you're
Right, sir. You don't know, and it involves a lot more than you're referencing. It involves shielding. It involves the people's conditions. If they are predisposed to perhaps radiation poisoning, it involves a lot. It's a lot more complicated than you're making it out to be.
It also depends on the trajectory of the spacecraft. Like you're saying, we're just talking about can a spacecraft with a human make it through the other side. We're not talking about these niche cases where the person is going directly through the most lethal part. They're going spending a day and a half in there and making it through the
Riser, if they lied about it, Riser, if they lied about it in the 1960s, I'm not saying it's impossible at all. I've said to you, this is at least for the second time, and Riser, I'm this close to just stop. We're done.
Are you a conspiracy theorist?
No, and I'm not. And I don't want to talk with you right now. I'm actually too busy. I'm doing something right now. Go do something else. You understand me? Right, sir? I'm going to tell you this right now. And if you don't listen to me, then I will never talk to you about this again while I am like this. With adequate shielding, anybody can go through anything. So for you to be like, is it impossible? I'm not saying nothing is impossible. With adequate shielding, anybody can go through anything. The shielding of the current craft, I have major doubts. And the fact that the only people who have ever allegedly done this, even you say, who are bullshit, or happened within the last 2 months, which you didn't know about 2 hours ago. To me, shows a lack of evidence. It would be one thing if it were like, I was saying nobody's ever been to Manhattan Island. And you'd be like, well, there are a ton of people who are there right now. How did they get there? But that's not true. It's 4 people who 2 hours ago you didn't even know existed, and the Apollo missions. Nobody else has done it. So if anything, I'm saying that the evidence is lacking. If for you to be like, oh, it's obvious that we can do this, and I'm thinking you don't know enough about this. We haven't had enough human trials of it. And for you to be like, well, I could take a cow sheep bet on it, I'm saying you don't have enough knowledge on this. Anybody with enough adequate shielding could get through them. I'm saying that it takes more shielding than we currently have on these craft. And I'm also saying that if we're able to do it, then live stream.
Yeah, no, I see where you're going.
No, it will not. It will not. But for you to be like, for you to be like, for you to be like, over a year ago, you said that the temperature of the thing was 35,000 degrees. I don't recall saying that. Perhaps I did. I'm on video. Okay, I know that it's 35,000 miles, and it's actually more than between 25 and 50,000 miles. But even still, okay, if it's so easy to do, then aside from the 4 people that we have doubts about that happened in the last 2 months, you didn't even know about 2 hours ago, and the people from Apollo, name one other person who's done it. I'll wait.
No, I totally agree with you that there's not a big lack of human data when it comes to people traveling through the stars.
Okay,
I
and
don't disagree.
they also say that satellites need protective shielding from these things.
They do.
And I'm also saying that the only real data that we have on this topic is from Werner von Braun, James Van Allen, that I know that has been published, is James Van Allen's uh, raccoons, which were Geiger counters on a rocket um, that went into the Van Allen radiation belt, and it would destroy the Geiger counter because the radiation is so high. That's the only data that we have on it that's verified. Everything else is some NASA segment or some YouTube. Well, and we have the people who say that they went through them, which are the astronauts, who one of which didn't even know they existed. The other one says that he saw like you remember in the video, perhaps, where he's like, well, maybe there was a little bit of a flash that we saw, but it didn't do any damage to it.
I feel like there would be some other entity gathered information.
Well, there are generally they're associated with NASA. Well, I mean, the real way to test it is to send something in there with detectors, and the only people who have the money to do that is NASA or SpaceX or one of those kind of companies. But even they and um, Joe Rogan has said this. Even they have uh, contracts that they have to rely on with the government. In answer to can humans go through the Van Allen radiation test? Absolutely, with adequate shielding. I absolutely think so. For you to say that I don't think so gets me upset because you know in my heart I'm a scientist, and you know that I think anything is possible with adequate precautions.
I'm not stretching the question any amount of shielding. I was just saying that today's
If it was,
I'm not trying to impose
well, you said that I don't think that we could get through the Van Allen radiation, and I do with adequate
that's
shielding.
what I thought. I mean, like with current technology, it seems to me to be more safe.
Okay, so what do I think really needs to be done? I think you need lead shielding, just like you need in front of an X-ray at the dentist or something like that. And the shielding of the current Orion craft or whatever, I think is insufficient. If you want to know my opinion. And it's pretty thin. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. It's not like a foot thick. How thick is the shielding on the Orion spacecraft or the Artemis 2 spacecraft? I don't know why it's wasted. It doesn't make sense to me. My iPhone, um, it's this is a huge. I mean, I guess even if I had a 256 gigabyte iPhone, I would at a certain point use about 256 gigabytes. I like to have stuff safe. Um, and I want to be able to use the text to speech. No speech to text, and I can't right now because I have to reset my phone. So we're gonna look through this and look through how I don't think aluminum is good enough. Aluminum is really light, actually, and not good for shielding. But we're gonna look this up. I'm gonna get into it. Yes. It's in 1960. Okay, well, I'll mention to you right now. It's a 1962 nuclear um, nuclear detonation in space that like blew out the city streets in the street lamps in Guam and could be seen in Hawaii, something like that. Now, just a moment. How thick? How thick? How thick is Artemis 2? Okay. Uh, yeah, this is a joke. It's 2.5 to 3 millimeters thick. 2.5 to 3 millimeters thick. That's a joke.
I mean, if the radiation is dense,
You don't know.
according to my,
You don't know. Riser? 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 I'm gonna leave it at this. Then I'm gonna go do what I need to do. You don't know. The only evidence that you have is the Apollo program and the 4 people that you didn't even know 2 hours ago existed. That's not. I'm not. I'm not.
I feel like it would just be beneficial to this friendly discussion.
How is that ad hominem?
If we found, how is that ad hominem attack because we just started doing a new
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not attacking you as an individual. I'm attacking your argument. Your argument isn't well formed. You didn't even know 2 hours ago that the main candidates who proved your argument existed.
again, that is like that's not what like we're debating the Van Allen test, and I get that data pertains to the discussion, but you don't need that data necessarily to know whether it's protein or not. I think that what really needs to focus to debate here, and I don't know if this data exists, but I believe that the radiation density of the drug will do a thing. Do you agree with that? If we were able to understand the radiation
We would need how much to know how much a person is exposed to insect. Because it doesn't really matter how dense it is if it's adequately shielded. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, no, any amount of, if they have adequate if they don't, if they have 3 millimeters of pretty titanium shielding, then how dense would the radiation need to be to harmful?
All I know is that you admitted that, or you evidence it is that if there's a solar storm going on, it can kill you. So it's at least deadly enough to kill people during some period. Do we agree on that?
I don't think I put the video settings in better information than I mean, I could rewind it right now.
I don't care what that guy says. Can a solar
You
storm?
didn't even know that before 5 minutes ago when I told you about that solar storm to make the radiation test.
Now that's wrong, and I've known about solar storms for 25 years of my life, more than that, approximately 25 years of my life. So don't tell me that you just invented solar storms. That doesn't mean that you don't know a lot that's going on in my mind. You don't know a lot of knowledge that I know. Can a solar storm kill a person in the Van Allen radiation? So yes, a sufficiently strong solar storm in a belt-enhanced environment could be fatal to an unprotected human in space.
So what is that?
Radiation could be lethal to an unshielded human in space. So it comes down to shielding of the person, adequate shielding. And you nor I nor some YouTuber has the data for this. This is something that is only available to basically NASA. Are we in agreement on that? The only people who know this is NASA. No YouTuber knows this, and you know I know it.
I can't possibly say that because they might be different.
Okay, so but you're just basically saying you don't know. You can't tell me a middle or something like that. That could come.
Definitely, as we talked about, definitely around there. There's a new model, it's like an open source AI called GLM, and it's basically like all the levels and ChatGPT and Gemini and different categories, and it's completely open source.
Can we agree that the astronauts from Apollo lied about their knowledge of the Glen Allen radiation belt?
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Apollo mission wasn't safe.
Okay. So then what makes it different today? You said diplomatic reasons, and I gave you reasons to counter that. You basically said that Artemis 2 was done in a very politically delicate time when we were just invading or whatever, attacking Iran, and the Epstein documents was to get people's mind off it. Another thing is just interesting that it launches on April Fool's. Another thing that makes it very questionable is that they say that there's 20 hours of film that's available, but on their website, uh, it's like maybe 5 2-minute films, like 10 minutes total. Another question is any of the pictures that they take are all questionable as well. Uh, Whether it's they're in low Earth orbit or why is it that you can't really make out Africa? You make out Africa, but you can't see any of South America. And they say that this is a picture that happened at night, but is clear as day. It's bright. It's extremely bright. They don't have the location of the picture that they took.
There's two completely different.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that the only people who you have to prove that your point is correct, that people can do this without any kind of issues, one of one of the groups you say are liars, and the other group you didn't know about 4 hours ago, or 2 hours ago.
Dude, I've already stated that And according to this wicked Chinese BLM, the amazing AI says that, yes, there's no prompt to say they can pretty much prompt and make this speeches about Trump, which everything's about Trump. Is there any data source outside of NASA, the university, that has independently verified the density of the Van Allen radiation belt? So yes, absolutely. The data clearly the government's Van Allen belt is not guarded exclusively by NASA. In fact, the existence and intensity of the belt are verified by every space-faring nation on Earth, private companies, and independent university research. There are some specific independent sources and missions. The European Space Agency plus the missions for a mission. The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, the ARISE ERD satellite. Flight 16, the satellite was specifically designed to explore the radiation belt, specifically the killer electrons beneath all the belt. It directly measures the density and energy particles within the belt, and its data is published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal that also
Can you stop for a second? Can you stop for a second? Are you gonna? Why would they call them killer electrons if they couldn't kill somebody? Did I not hear you just say the killer electron? Why would you call something? You guess.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm not saying that that is.
Why would you?
That's fair. No, I agree. That's a good point. But I mean, we can look up the exact title if it's published to see if they truly are killer electrons or not. That's kind of this debate.
Yeah, but even if they were like not even like, we're not talking about something that isn't like, we're admitting that there's some danger to these things.
I didn't claim that they're not dangerous.
That other
It's like the time that you have to spend in them for them to become useful is days or weeks.
you don't know that. You're just saying that. If I were to say to you,
Yeah, that is. If you want me to go, the research is what I'm doing now live, and I'm going to put those scientific sources, present to you those sources, and then see. I don't know if they will confirm that, but that's what I'm going off of.
guys, the only way to adequately do this is literally to, I don't want to say the only way, but the best way to do it is to take a person in an unprotected capsule or whatever, put them into space, have them sit in the Van Allen radiation belt, and then wait till they die. That's the best way to do it. Are we in agreement or no? So
It's like we could go to Chernobyl and then take a reading of those levels and then I mean there still has to be you have to have the knowledge of the lethal radiation levels as a human, but if we have that and the type of radiation.
if I were to say to you, I'm going to try to give this analogy again, and apologies if it's redundant, but if I were to say to you, you're in a marriage, and your previous spouse cheated on you, you know they cheated on you. You have evidence of that. And they said that they were at the library most recently when we have evidence that they were not at the library. What makes you think that you should believe them the second time? And the data that we've presented shows that they're cheating. And the data that we've no, no, no. No. Please let me say I'm not Riser. I'm not saying that you absolutely have to think they were cheating the second time. It's just there's more evidence that they were cheating the second time. And that evidence is that they didn't live stream it, that their pictures are questionable, that they say they have 12,000 pictures available to the public, but on their website it's only like 84 or whatever, and that they don't have a lot of videos. There's a lot of evidence that they cheated again. I'm not talking about the belts, okay? I'm talking about the program. Do you think these four people? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you think these four people went around the moon and back? They didn't take a selfie with it. They didn't take a selfie with the Earth. They didn't just turn on that iPhone 17 and just be like, let's record what life is like at any point in it. Come on. You're not stupid. You're a smart person. That's what I'm asking. You had a beautiful analogy. You had somebody who said they went to Atlantis, and then you asked them for their evidence, and they said, "Oh, here are my pictures," but it's just pictures of them like getting on a plane and like just taking off, but not actually having landed. And you look in the background of the pictures that they show, and it doesn't show the kind of accuracy that you would expect. Even the pictures that they show are not like 4K pictures. They're like a little thumbnail kind of picture. You can't zoom in really well on those pictures. Maybe you can't because you're on a computer, but I couldn't. It's questionable.
radiation does, radiation is not super dense, and that you can go through it.
You don't know that.
I mean, there's apparently videos about that. I haven't watched videos, but it's just kind of interesting.
All of the people who have any evidence that they've done this, you basically call that as questionable or straight up lies.
Two separate things.
Riser, with adequate shielding, anyone can get through the Van Allen radiation belt. It is a question. Your question is, do you think that people can get through the Van Allen radiation belt? And the answer to that is yes. With adequate shielding, anybody can get through the radiation belt. But with 3 millimeters of aluminum shielding, there's questions to that. What's Milan insurance? Oh, Milan insurance. And what's the CRA? What do you? Why do they have to be involved?
Registered companies didn't file like these tax forms for like several years, and you know, once the company is dissolved or not. I hope that you don't hate me.
No, not at all.
The radiation.
I'm saying that you don't know. You don't know. You haven't been there. You're just going off of ChatGPT and what some people on YouTube say. And I'm not saying that it necessarily isn't them. I'm saying there are probably pockets that differ. But if they call them killer electrons at one point, and they say that people could die in a solar storm, then there's some danger there. We're getting.
If I was using your language, I'd say that everything can kill you.
I agree with that.
And that's not.
No, I agree with that. That's fine. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so.
I don't understand what's wrong with saying that. I don't understand what you're saying.
Basically, everything can kill you.
That's true.
Makes the killer electron statement seem like it's not a big deal.
I didn't.
Because you just stated that, like, well, everything can be a killer electron.
I didn't name it.
In some perspective.
I didn't name it. I didn't name it. I know.
It's just like a tactic.
All right. So if you had to take a calcium bet right now, did we have 4 people who went around the Earth or went around the moon? Yes or no? There you go. So that means there's generally 51% or more of you do not think it happens. I'm not talking about radiation. I don't want to talk about radiation. If I said radiation or I said Van Allen radiation belts, I would have said it. I didn't say that. I asked you a stated question directly. And you said, okay, so my question is, my question, if you, look, for the rest of today, don't mention belts, don't mention James Van Allen, don't mention anything having to do with any of that. I don't want to have that conversation. Maybe another day. I'm very frustrated with that because every time I want to talk about this mission, you want to go to the belts. We have all the time in the world to talk about the belts. I'm asking you directly about this mission, Artemis 2. If you were a betting man, would you bet yes that they went or no that they didn't?
I won't place money on either, but I acknowledge that, like I said, like I believe that like the super thing is the director of like the fucking moon landing.
Right.
I'm perfectly fine with being where it's not.
Right. Yes, they went, or no, they didn't. Which one do you lean to? I don't know if it is. It's literally just
Anytime you're forcing somebody to answer,
I think any question is by definition loaded. So perhaps no one should ever answer the question. But this isn't a loaded question in terms of.
I prefer not to say. It should be an answer on every question.
Okay, that's fine. But this isn't that hard of a question. This isn't like I'm not trying to get you and I got you. I'm not. If you ask me, I would say no. About 99% of me within my soul says no. And it's obvious. It's obvious to me. You would live stream it. You take better pictures. You would have. There'd be other.
If it was the Apollo mission, then I would definitely say no.
Okay. So you are recognizing that in the only other time that previously allegedly did this, you're saying no. So in this case, you studied this for the last 2 hours, having really had no idea that it existed. I'm not putting you down because of that, but it's kind of like you come in with a clear head. You had no idea that this was a thing until 2 hours ago. And now you've spent some. You did not know that there were crewed space missions around the moon until 2 hours ago, or maybe a little more. So now I'm asking you a non-loaded question and a non-do you still beat your wife kind of a question. Do you think that these 4 people went around the moon and back to Earth? Yes or no?
My honest answer is that I don't think I'll. If you don't like that answer, that's fine. That's fine.
What more do you need?
It's like when you're asking someone, where are you gonna vote for in the election? I'm not undecided. I don't know. I haven't researched everything that I need to know in order to actually make my vote.
What more do you need?
I think that's a bad answer.
What more information is going to come from Artemis 2 that's going to convince you?
There's like a billion different things that it could say that sway me to one way or the other.
I may see it with different vision. If you've lied to me once, I'm very skeptical of you. And then when your evidence is lacking, I'm I'm even more skeptical. To me, I'm not as sure of it as I am Apollo.
If they stream the whole thing, would you believe it?
Okay, so
Or would you say that it was still not 100%
well, I would say this. Perhaps you can never know anything. So there's a certain skepticism that I have with absolutely anything. But the way that I would have probably done this is have more than just four people, have uh, a uh, from multiple countries, live stream it, take lots of pictures, have 3D cameras, take pictures of constellations, certainly do a landing and all that other stuff. But even if not, we're just talking about going around. I would want to see it on a map. Exactly. I'd, I'd want to see it. I'd want to see it on a map. I'd want people to be able to communicate with those people in real time. I would want their body sensors and stuff, like what their heart rate is and their breathing rate and um, their body temperature and all that kind of stuff. That kind of data, and um, and then I'd want it to be done again, right afterwards. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Not like we did it 1 year. Now we gotta wait 5 years to do it again or whatever. No, they did it just now. They just did. Why can't they do it again? Why can't they do it again and take pictures of a constellation? Um, I would want them to play video games in space. I would want them to play tennis in space and just to learn how the body reacts in all of these different ways. Like basically what I'm saying is like different tests that they would do. And I would want that all live streamed. It's hard to hide stuff when you're live streaming. It's much easier once you start to edit, everything's out the door. Because then you can do angles and you can make changes and all that kind of stuff. I personally am skeptical. They have an iPhone. Remember when I was reading to you and they're like only like certain things that are allowed on the craft, and then they like let me see. Did they have an iPhone? Did they have an iPhone? I gotta go. They check. Okay.